Hello, and welcome to the 2021 evaluation meeting for the Boating Facilities Program. I am Marguerite Austin. I work for the Washington State Recreation and Conservation Office. State, local governments are requesting funds to acquire, develop, and plan for motorized boating access facilities for their communities. Today, I serve as moderator for a team of local and state agency and citizen representatives who will score and rank these project proposals. The proposals will be submitted to the Recreation and Conservation Funding Board for approval of the final ranked list and grant awards later this spring. The governor and the legislature will actually consider funding for these projects during the 2021 legislative session. And so we are hoping to get these projects underway later this year. I would encourage you to learn more about the Recreation and Conservation Office and its grant programs. Just visit us on our website at rco.wa.gov. Thank you for joining us. And with that, we're going to begin with our project reviews. Okay, ladies, I am going to pull up your project proposal. Boyer Park. I am going to turn the remote control over to you. Oops, moved my screen here.
Can we go back?
So hang on just one second. I'm going to stop my video. And now I'm going to ask you to, why don't you click on the mouse and see, can you go back and forth? Perfect. So with that, I am going to ask you to begin.
Good morning. My name is Sarah Highfield, and this is my colleague, Debbie Snell. We represent the Port of Whitman County in southeastern Washington State. We are applying for replacement of 3 docks and associated dock infrastructure at Boyer Park and Marina. Boyer Park is located in eastern Washington along the southern border of Whitman County on the Snake River. It's about 20 miles from the 2 largest cities in Whitman County, Pullman and Colfax. It's also about an hour and a half south of Spokane. Boyer Park primarily serves transient boat users, although we do have long-term tenants, including some houseboats. The 3 docks that we're talking about today would serve transient marina users, while the existing docks will be rehabilitated by the port, and those will serve long-term tenants as well as overflow transient users. So this illustration shows the existing facilities. Boyer Park and Marina was constructed in 1975 between the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers in conjunction with the Port of Whitman County. As you can see, there's a public boat launch, a fuel float, there are 5 general moorage docks and 3 finger docks. The park itself spans 140 acres, and this marina is 9.2 acres. This graphic shows the docks that would be replaced by the RCO construction grant. They include the fuel float in docks 1 to 2. The age and condition of these docks is the primary driver for our project. So at 45 years old, the docks do show signs of age and exposure to the elements. There's failing flotation, spalling concrete, damaged timber framing, and exposed reinforcing mesh. Essentially, the docks have reached the end of their useful life. The port has struggled to maintain and repair these docks over the years. Unfortunately, different construction materials and methodologies have created insurmountable challenges. So while we don't have hard data on the number of boats that utilize the marina during the peak boating season between May and September, We do expect there to be high demand for the new docks, especially on seasonal weekends. We recently spoke with the Boyer Park concessionaires, and they let us know that as of this month, Boyer Park has already received 337 reservations for the marina, and they expect a minimum of 330 transient users throughout 2021. Now, the available data that we do have is for long-term tenants, not transient users. So if you don't include those transient users that use our public boat launch, on a busy summer weekend, it's about 55% full. On an average weekend, it's about 30% full. But if you keep in mind that we will only have 7 of 8 docks remaining after this project, those percentages will be increased moving forward. So dock replacement is named as a planned improvement in the port's 2021 to 2025 comprehensive scheme of harbor improvements. It's also listed on water recreation as a priority in the Recreation and Conservation Plan for Washington State, as well as the Whitman County Parks and Recreation Plan, the newest edition of which came out in 2009. So Boyer Park and Marina is a 140-acre park with a 9.2-acre marina located 1 mile downriver from Lower Granite Lock and Dam and 20 miles southeast of Colfax, Washington. This is the only marina in Whitman County. The next closest marina downriver is Lyons Ferry in La Crosse, and upriver is in Clarkston, Washington. So this serves a large swath of southeastern Washington state. The site features at or near Boyer Park include a 3.5-mile paved pedestrian trail. Fishing, sturgeon fishing is famous in this region. There's a sandy swimming beach. There's a pirate-themed playground. There are 3 cabins right along the Snake River that were recently built. There's also RV and tent camping available. And the site is adjacent to Lower Granite Lock and Dam and has WSDOT airstrip access. So now my colleague Debbie Snell will go over some of the project design elements.
Good morning. The picture you're looking at is an illustration of the overall project design. In the center, you can see the 3 docks that will be replaced along with the access pier, the access ramp, and the headwalk. This illustration also shows parking and vehicular access to that area, as well as pedestrian and vehicular access to the proposed vault restroom at the rear of the existing boat facility. Site preparation numbers in our original budget have been modified down from our first application in discussion with the consultant to reflect deletion of additional non-RCO eligible costs within this project. The project design includes aluminum and fiberglass construction built for a 30-year life expectancy, new steel pilings that will be lined with high-density polyethylene and fiberglass caps, open grading fiberglass decking, aluminum whalers and support struts which will replace existing treated lumber, installation of partial to cutoff lighting, and new potable water and electrical service. The project also includes demolition of the existing fuel float dock number 2 and the relocation and reuse of dock number 1 to replace failing dock 7 as part of a separate rehabilitation project funded by the port. Relocation of dock 1 is 3 times less expensive than demolition and removal of the dock, $67,000 versus $22,000. The fuel float dock, pilings, and sewage pump out are RCO eligible. All other fuel float costs will be the responsibility of the Port of Whitman. This is an illustration of a ADA accessible vault toilet. It's part of our project. It will be installed in the boat launch parking area and will service both the boat launch and the new dock facilities. The restroom will remain open in all seasons, 24 hours a day, to serve the boating public. We also plan to include in the project a U.S. Coast Guard approved nav light at the Marina Basin entrance. And this nav light will be able to be visible between 1 and 3 nautical miles from the marina. As Sarah said earlier, the dock conditions were the main concern brought out by the 2 public meetings, as well as a marina user survey. Specifically, dock surfacing and secure docks or gangways were ranked as the highest needs for improvement. Benefits to boaters include improved life safety, improved utility services, decreased maintenance costs. We anticipate that due to the metal and fiberglass construction, staff time and replacement hardware will be greatly reduced in terms of maintenance. There'll be improved security, no damage to boats who are docking there, and increased public access. Also, I'd like to note that these new and rehabilitated docks will have new water and electrical services, and multiple repairs have been made to these services over the course of the last 5 years, and the new docks will help deal with that. Cost benefit. The marina customers spend about $183,000 a year in Whitman County. That is a large amount of money for a small county like us. 1/3 of this spending comes from visitors and 2/3 from residents. And over 30 years, the net present value of this spending is nearly $3.9 million across all marina customers. The project is sustainable and environmentally friendly. And for example, the dock design will incorporate slotted light penetration decking on the dock surfaces. The docks have the ability to move up and down with water levels, both seasonal and climate impacted. Also, there will be use of sustainable and green materials where feasible, and inclusion of dark sky lighting. We have a lot of boats on trailers. This is an illustration of just how many people we have in the marina or in the boat dock area during summer. Boat launch and docks serve transients and long-term marina users. Most transients trailer their boats, but they do sometimes stop at Boyer and stay on docks for a day or two. Most launch traffic occurs on holidays, fishing, and hunting seasons. This is just a basic overview of all the fun people can have at Boyer. There's that sturgeon fishing that Sarah mentioned earlier. People just hang out on the river during the day. Local high schools come down and enjoy the river. And people even get married at Boyer Park on the back of a boat. Also, the port has a Snake River Family Festival that we host annually that is free to the public and shows off not only Boyer Park, the marina and the facility itself, but highlights the multi-use river system. It's a great boating experience for the general public. The Snake River is the largest tributary of the Columbia. It's about 1,000 miles long and it runs through 3 states. And the Little Goose Pool, which you can see at right, is 37 river miles in length and over 1/4 mile wide. Lots of real estate for having fun in boats. Boats in the marina range from 14 to 40 feet, but the majority are less than 22 feet. The water body is traditionally used for fishing and on-water recreation, and we have all sorts of boats visiting the marina. The primary types, though, are powerboats, houseboats, and sailboats, but we do have the occasional small craft like rowboats, canoes, and kayaks. We are ready to go. We have successfully received and completed an RCO planning grant. We have received all local, state, and federal permitting for the project. We have budgeted for all construction costs, and we are ready to begin construction within the permit-defined construction window. Also, we have a professional and experienced staff with over 25 years of project management. So we are definitely ready. And with that, thank you. And I'd like to open it up to everyone for questions. Appreciate your time and attention.
Questions or comments from team members? So did everyone hear what they needed to hear? Thank you, Sue. Thanks, Shane. It looks like you folks did a good job because all I'm getting are thumbs up and yes, it seems like you covered everything. So I think coming in during technical review gave people a chance to see your project proposal. And so it looks like you've been able to address all the questions. So thank you both very much. We appreciate it.
Thank
And
you.
for
Thank you for, thank you to the board.
I will make sure we share that and convey that. So thank you all advisors. So thank you ladies very much. We hope to be able to share the results with you late next week.
Great. Thanks again. Have a great day.
Bye-bye. Thank you, team members. We're going to move on to our next project proposal. Melinda, it's Marguerite. Are you presenting this one?
Yes, I am presenting this one, and I am joined by my colleague, Brian Patnode from the Eastern Region. He's our Eastern Region planner.
Great. And so which one of you will I be giving control to?
You'll be giving control to me.
Ah,
Thank you.
that makes sense. So hang on just a second. I'm gonna.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Brian,
And by the way, as you're presenting, feel free to have your cameras on. It's always nice for advisors to see who's presenting. So you're welcome to do that. Oh, there you are, Melinda. Oh, there you are, Brian.
Hi there.
good morning.
Looks like Brian is out skiing.
I know.
Right.
It's a good place to be. Okay, so Melinda, I'm going to give you control. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, I'm going to set the mouse over here so I don't. Now, why don't you double click and see if you can, okay?
Okay.
Good deal.
Great.
All right. I think the team is ready and I have my trusty clock ready to go, so you may begin.
Great. Thank you. Good morning, Advisory Committee and Marguerite as well. I'm Melinda Posner with Washington State Parks. And as I mentioned, I'm joined by our Eastern planner, Brian Patnode, who manages many of these types of construction projects. And he's available for questions. I will make the presentation this morning. Located within the Tri-Cities area, Sacagawea Historic State Park is a 267-acre day-use park at the confluence of the Snake and Columbia Rivers. It's within easy reach of locals and attracts boaters from all over the state. The typical annual attendance is 65 to 85,000 visitors. In 2020, due to COVID though, this is one park where the attendance numbers were down a bit. Here's a zoomed in aerial view showing the proximity of the park, which is in the pink, to Pasco, Kennewick, and kind of the local area, Highway 182 here and 397 here. And here is a even more zoomed in aerial showing you the park boundaries in pink. And also the two projects that I'll be presenting this morning. The first one is the parking lot and moorage project, and that is located within the boat basin area right here in orange. And later we'll talk about the river floats. The majority of the parkland at Sacagawea is owned by the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers. State Parks manages this property through a lease agreement that currently runs through 2041. The park has 9,100 feet of freshwater shoreline, and in addition to boating, has an interpretive center, hiking trails, and picnic areas that draw folks from all over the region and throughout the state. The park has one water trail campsite, which is accessed from the river. Day-use visitors come by car and by boat, often pulling up to use the restroom and visit the interpretive center and other amenities. The park also hosts 10 to 12 large community events per year, including Heritage Days, the Blues Festival, numerous weddings, reunions, and company picnics. This grant will be used to pave the existing gravel parking area and replace the moorage dock, both of which are located in the boat basin. And as you can see here, the blue outline, the larger outline for those who might have trouble looking at blue. This is the parking lot area. And then this rectangle here is the moorage float. The existing boat ramp, which is located right here, is in good shape and not part of the application. And the dock provides transient moorage. Second grant application I mentioned will fund replacement of these 3 river floats along the Snake River. Both projects are part of a larger boating facility improvement plan prioritized by state parks, including dredging of the boat basin. Number 1, need. Moorage dock and parking area are both included in the 2010 classification and management plan for Sacagawea and the State Parks Capital Facilities Plan. The lease agreement with the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers also includes these facilities and requires state parks to keep them in good working condition and to comply with all laws. The 2017 assessment of participation conducted by RCO states that nearly half of state boaters use state parks and 60% expect to boat in the next 12 months. These are an important component of the state parks and states' boating facility inventory. The Tri-Cities area, including Benton and Franklin counties, has a population of about 302,000 and is growing at a faster rate than the state as a whole. Recreation and tourism demand will increase as well. Direct travel and tourism spending accounted for $672 million in 2018, which is also rising faster than the state as a whole. But at the same time, the area has a lower median income than the state average and a higher unemployment rate than the state as a whole. So affordable recreation options are a very important amenity. So now I'm going to talk more specifically about the parking lot and the moorage dock. This grant will be used to pave and stripe the parking area. This will reduce the need for ongoing maintenance and improve the visitor experience. As you're probably aware, the area gets a lot of high and continuous wind, and as a result, blowing dust and debris are often the norm at this location. Paving and striping will increase vehicle and trailer capacity, eliminate parking on adjacent dirt and grass, and provide ADA-specific parking spaces and protected restroom access for those who are driving here, as well as those who want to move from the moorage dock to the restroom. We'll provide 100 parking stalls or 50 for cars with trailers, including 4 ADA sites. Access road leading to the parking lot is paved, but it ends at this location I've outlined here with an orange block. The pavement ends here, and this would then continue the paving around the entire parking lot. It would connect to the access road and up to including the restroom. So this grant will also be used to replace the moorage dock, which is out of compliance with federal laws, including Endangered Species Act and ADA. In addition, it's over 30 years old, has outlived its useful life. The abutment and stationary pier suffer from metal fatigue and lack structural integrity. The approach's narrow gravel surface is nearly impossible for wheelchairs or other mobility devices to navigate and can be treacherous for anyone, especially those wearing sandals or carrying a heavy load. The dock is 96 feet long and 12 feet wide and serves large and small motorized boats, with the majority of users having boats of between 15 and 25 feet long. Visitors come here for fishing and water sports primarily, using the moorage dock to load and unload and as a jumping off spot for visiting other park facilities. The gangway between the dock and float is metal and in relatively good shape, but the rest of the facility is made of treated wood, which in addition to deteriorating, which creates an uneven surface, splintering, and the need for repeated replacement of planks, is also impacting water quality. The poor condition of these facilities was demonstrated just 2 weeks ago when you may remember that the area had those really, really high winds. The moorage pins holding the gangway sheared right off. Staff strapped the gangway in place so the dock didn't float away, and now it's currently under, or was under, a couple inches of snow. And this is all in the off season, just an example of the type of issues and need for updating and improvement, replacement. Okay, number 2, site suitability. The site takes advantage of incredible natural amenities, including the confluence of 2 rivers, which offers lots of open water for boating, is a prime fishing spot for salmon and steelhead, and attracts hundreds of birds, bringing a range of visitors during the busy summer season. In addition to boating, people come here to swim, picnic, and fish from the banks of the river, and to visit the Interpretive Center, which I mentioned. This is a significant heritage site honoring the Lewis and Clark story, as well as the history of the white settlers and Native Americans. The site is well established and not impacted by adjacent land uses, and it's easily accessible from state highways and local roads. Number 5, planning success. State Parks is on an aggressive track to prioritize and fund boating facility improvements throughout the state to bring them up to current standards. This includes recent improvements at Lake Chelan and Bridgeport State Park, which is shown here. Experienced park staff know how to manage visitors during construction. Our design, architectural, and engineering staff have managed similar projects and have good relationships with contractors for this kind of work. They're knowledgeable about the newest technology and materials and have experience working on waterways with significant currents, weather, and fluctuating water levels, including the Columbia River and Lake Chelan. This photo shows the Pateros waterfront park dock on the Columbia River, which was recently updated by one of the contractors we worked with. The photos in the next couple slides just illustrate some of the moorage design options and materials that could come together for this particular project. This is timber frame with concrete panels and grating. This is wood, as you can see, again, with wood panels and grating. And we know that we'll need to meet the standards for fish screening of some percent, and I can't tell you what that is exactly right now, but this is just an example. It may not be the coverage of wood here may be too much for what we'll need to do to meet the requirements. So those are just a couple of examples. We received a letter of support from the Army Corps of Engineers. This letter notes the safety concerns from the current condition of the facilities and potential limitations for public access and recreational uses. It also underscores the lack of compliance with the 2 federal laws I mentioned. Sacagawea State Park is one of several key destinations along the 23-mile Sacagawea Heritage Trail, and plans are in the works for expanding the trail. So right now I'm kind of difficulty finding the park. What's up there? It's behind all of you. This is just a quick a map from the DOT's plans for taking the trail through the park and then further south, as you can see, over the river. Number 6, sustainability. First, we'll meet the terms of the Army Corps lease, being in compliance with laws protecting fish and ADA. The project will also have a positive impact on water and air quality by eliminating the use of treated wood and by reducing wind-blown dust and debris. These facilities will be designed to be safe, functional, and built to last another 30 to 40 years. This means a lot less maintenance as well. State Park's climate adaptation plan provides a lens through which we consider the impacts of changing climate and implement design modifications where appropriate. Having the facilities fully functional with little potential for failure and closure means also continued social and economic benefits. Recreational boating accounts for $4.5 billion in statewide expenditures. And in the Tri-Cities area alone, visitor recreation expenditures totaled $64 million in 2018 and $82.3 million in 2019, according to the Tri-Cities Visitor Center. Spillover is huge and includes purchasing before, during, and after trips, which means economic benefits are shared by the local, regional, and state economy. Some of these expenditures come from visitors who are touring on American Cruise Line's Queen of the West, shown here. This is one of four total, actually, river cruise ships that regularly travel up and down the Columbia and Snake Rivers, including a regular stop on their itinerary at the Sacagawea State Park. The boats are too big to use our docks, but they pull right up and lower the gangway for their passengers to disembark and visit the amenities there, use the restroom, etc. We typically have 5 to 10 commercial moorage events like this each year, though with COVID last year, of course, we did not have any, but they are gearing up to have more on the schedule this year. Number 7, cost benefit. This is a gain for boaters, the environment, and the general public. The end result is safe and functional facilities that don't pollute the environment. Taxpayers and the general public gain indirectly from increased efficiency in terms of state park costs, staff work, planning, designing, and construction of multiple improvements at the same time. The permitting process with regulatory agencies will be streamlined since the same information will be used for multiple submittals, and regulatory staff will have familiarity with all project components. For the moorage dock in particular, once the project is completed, staff will be free from weekly and sometimes daily inspection and maintenance work to keep the moorage dock safe and open to the public. This will allow them to conduct the range of other tasks that support all of the things that happen in operating a park facility, including cleaning restrooms and grounds maintenance and turf irrigation, snow plowing, and managing equipment. The area manager here estimates that ongoing work to manage these outdated facilities currently takes about 2 full weeks of staff time. In the future, they will be free for other park tasks. And the agency will, yes.
I'm sorry, but your time is up. So double click the mouse and go very quickly through the last couple of slides.
Very close to done. All right. Double click, I'm not sure.
Yeah.
I'm not sure why I can't advance. Hold on. There we go. The site predominantly serves motorized boats of 16 to 28 feet, which are brought in by trailer. Boating experience will be improved by paving of the parking lot, as well as improving these facilities for functionality and safety. With 300 sun-filled days, this water recreation is a year-round activity in this area. When I spoke with Hector Cruz from the Tri-Cities Visitor Center about this project, he said these are the types of facilities our residents use and very important to our economy. This project will provide expanded capacity to existing and future users and improve the boating experience. In terms of project readiness, work on planning and permitting can start immediately. This slide is just an example of the kinds of things we will be talking about with our contractor. Our regional staff have the expertise and capacity. And this project will benefit from our new marine crew, which we're currently staffing up to provide more capacity for inland waters of Washington. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Melinda. Questions or comments from team members? So Melinda, I know that this is a planning project, and I think your next one is a planning project. Can you remind me of why they were 2 separate projects?
Well, let's see. I suppose they could have been combined. And Brian, I might ask you, but I think we started with the thought, we weren't sure we could do everything in the same time period, potentially. So over time, as we spent more effort thinking through the planning and also the other pieces of the larger improvement project, it seemed that each of these could be a planning project on its own.
Okay. And that might work well because some of it for permitting, sometimes it takes a little longer for one element versus another. So at least you could potentially get one of them completely done, even if the other one was held up. So go ahead, Brian.
I was also going to say that cost-wise, I know that there's a limit on the, and I'm not exactly sure what the total overall cost ended up being for both projects, but we were possibly concerned that we would go over the limit with the 2, but we do hope that they're both funded, and there will be some efficiencies if they are both funded. But you're right, Marguerite, that we wouldn't want one to hold up the other in terms of delivering the project and ensuring that we're meeting the need for improvement to the boating facilities at this park, which is the primary one of the primary recreational experiences that we serve here.
Great, thank you. Lowell, it looks like you have a question or a comment.
Oh yeah, I was just going to ask, this is Lowell Dixon, Department of Natural Resources. Just a general question about the facility when it was first designed, the boat basin. Why was that put in as opposed to just, having a launch facility right onto the river?
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, I was just going to say, Melinda talked about the high winds and the strong currents that exist out on the river itself. And so the boat basin, boats can moor overnight there if they want, and it's protected essentially. So it serves that purpose rather than being exposed out on the Snake or the Columbia there. Does that answer the question?
Thank you. Yeah, perfect.
Any other questions or comments? Well, thank you very much. I'm going to pull this one down and then we'll switch projects.
Right, thank you.
Team members, I'm giving you just a minute to finish up your scoring on that particular one. And then just make sure you go to the next project. You should be on the Snake River Floats Planning Project. Okay, Melinda, why don't you double click and see do you have control?
Yes, I do. Thank you.
Excellent. I'm going to reset the clock and you may begin.
Great, thank you. And we're happy to be here today. This is the Sacagawea State Park River Floats Replacement Project. You're going to see a couple of the same slides. I will not repeat everything that I shared in the previous presentation, but certainly if we have questions and we need to go over some of that, we can do that. So as I mentioned, the location of Sacagawea State Park is here and serves a range of visitors. And then I showed you a zoomed in aerial of the park and then the very specific projects. And so what we're going to talk about now are the river floats. There's 3 of them. They're located on the river, not as protected from the currents and the wind. And we'll move right into need. 3 floats are included in the 2010 Sacagawea Classification and Management Plan, which is something State Parks develops for our parks, and the State Parks Capital Facilities Plan. And as I mentioned, our existing lease agreement with the Army Corps of Engineers. These are also an important component of the state boating facilities inventory. And I mentioned also that the Tri-Cities area has a population of 302,000 and is growing faster than the state as a whole. The grant funds will be used to replace 3 river floats located on the Snake River side of the park. The 3 floats are pretty identical, installed in the 1980s. Each float is 10 by 40 feet, offering moorage for multiple boats at one time, depending upon the size of the boats. They're constructed of the same materials and accessed by metal gangways that are attached to abutments on the shore. The floats are what's called a glue lam construction and very difficult to repair. The materials are not available and the floats are extremely heavy, so removal requires a crane. They can't be modified for required light transmission for fish because the flotation covers the entire footprint of the floats, which have enclosed bottoms to keep the flotation material secured. The treated wood decking is deteriorating, impacting water quality. In the mid 1990s, new gangways and pilings were installed and the floats were moved farther out into the river, but were not replaced at that time. So this project does not include replacement of the gangways or abutments, nor does it include any work on the piers. These seem to be all in good shape. This photo and a few of the following illustrate the current condition of the floats. The wood is deteriorating, leading to uneven and unstable surfaces, splintering, and sometimes missing planks. Here's an example of a metal patch covering the missing piece of wood below, which split off right in the middle of a plank. Here you can see right down to the material underneath the float. I learned from our marine crew that this material is coming apart. Instead of one solid chunk of float, it's broken up into many small pieces, compromising their functionality, causing this particular float to list to one side. And as you can imagine, a listing float creates an uneven surface, creating even more treacherous footing for anyone. Pilings themselves, I mentioned, are in good condition, but constant wave action, river currents, and fluctuating water levels cause the docks to bump and scrape against the pilings, which is wearing away the wood, as you can see in this photo. Here's another example of deteriorating wood planks. You can see the differences in the weathering on the new and older planks. In the yellow, you can see at the top, kind of an area of wood getting ready to splinter off. In the red, you could see, missing sections of wood. Here's one that has guardrails, that has no guardrails and illustrates a patchwork of repairs, as well as a lack of a transition plate for ADA access. The floats are over 30 years old and have outlived their useful life. Because of their current condition and lack of boating accessories, like the rails and the cleats and things like that, many boaters don't use them. In the meantime, the floats have become attractive to non-boaters who congregate on the docks to picnic, swim, and fish. This has led to other safety issues, including increased fire risk from barbecues that are brought out onto the piers and have got out of control. And we had a fire actually on one of these piers. I'm sorry, I don't have a photo of it though. Their current condition leaves them nearly unusable for their intended audience, namely motorized boaters. This project will reverse that trend. Number 2, site suitability. Some of this will be redundant from the previous presentation, but I think it's still important to be clear about the site having multiple and incredible natural amenities, including the confluence of the 2 rivers and lots of open water for boating and lots of birds and all kinds of recreation folks who come here for many reasons. And I mentioned as well that this site has large events, and that is an important part of the local community and economy. And it's also a well-established site that is not impacted by adjacent land uses. I noticed you saw this photo before, and you saw it because it was part of a number of photos that we received from our contractor. This is Lake Chelan. And as I mentioned, State Parks is working hard to prioritize and improve our boating facilities. This is an example of recent improvements. Again, I will mention that our staff has a lot of experience in working with contractors for these kinds of projects, and as well as managing the park in conjunction with our park staff who are there at the park to manage the public, as well as our construction, architectural, and engineering folks, folks like Brian Patnode. This is going to also be duplicative, showing you for planning success, the kinds of materials and design options that could work here that will vastly improve what's there. This is the letter from the Army Corps of Engineers noting the safety concerns and that state that we're out of compliance with federal laws. And again, mention of the Sacagawea Heritage Trail, that Sacagawea State Park is right on the trail, and the trail is going to be further improved through the park, which you can see down here in blue, this blue line. Then it's going to go further down to the south. In terms of sustainability, this too is similar to the previous presentation. But again, we'll meet the terms of the Army Corps lease, which is really important. We will have a positive impact on water quality in particular by eliminating the use of treated wood. And we will have safe and functional facilities built to last another 30 to 40 years. Talked about economic benefits as well, and the Tri-Cities area having expenditures for visitor recreation in the area of 82 million for 2019. And one of the sources of these expenditures comes from visitors who tour on some of these river cruise ships. I mentioned that the state parks typically has 5 to 10 of commercial moorage events like this. And so we hope for more of them this coming year. In terms of cost benefit, this is a gain for boaters, the environment, and the general public. Of course, the end result is safe and functional facilities, but also non-polluting facilities. And we talked also about streamlining from having multiple projects and multiple information with regulatory agencies and having their familiarity and knowledge of these projects. In addition, boaters gain not only from the improved facilities, but from these facilities now being functional and prioritized for motorized boating use. Similar to the moorage dock and parking lot project that you saw earlier, another benefit is that staff will be free from the weekly and sometimes daily inspection and maintenance work and able to provide the services that are necessary to manage the visiting public. And the agency will no longer be out of compliance with both the Endangered Species Act and the Americans with Disabilities Act. These facilities serve boats up to 40 feet, though the typical boat is 16 to 28 feet long, which are brought in by trailer primarily, though it's expected that other boats who launch from other places will use these too, especially if they are improved and some of the amenities for motorized boating are added as well, the cleats, guardrails, etc. There's no lack of boating facilities in the Tri-Cities area, as identified on this map from the Tri-Cities Visitor Center. At the same time, there's no end to demand for boating and water-based recreation, especially with the projected population of the state as a whole and within this region. When I spoke with Hector Cruz, well, you already heard what Hector had to say. These are really important facilities and really important to the residents as well as the economy. The Visitor Center doesn't collect data about boaters specifically, but he did acknowledge that boating and water recreation are a big draw and a mainstay recreation activity of the local population. In terms of project readiness, again, we are ready to plan and permit immediately. And this slide describes some of the details that we'll be getting involved in. And I mentioned that our regional staff is ready to go and the new Marine crew. And I'll just say a little more about that because our Marine crew in the past has been based on the west side, and it is difficult to hire and retain divers. That particular part of the work has been difficult, and we have made the decision to contract with DNR and WDFW to provide that expertise. So the Marine crew is currently being staffed up with staff who can make many of, manage these projects, make inspection and repairs, and prioritizing our inland boating facilities. So the supervisor I spoke with is kind of on track with this project and the others in this area as a priority. So that concludes my presentation. Happy to answer any questions and or provide additional information on any of the criteria that were duplicative from the other project. I want to make sure that you're able to check each of those off.
Thank you very much. Questions and comments from the team? While they're thinking about what they want to ask you, I wanted to ask a question. You talked about the use at the docks, and you probably said this already, and I just didn't remember. Is the intent to replace them with the same size dock?
Yeah. I believe, I didn't say that. I believe that is the plan, yes. And I'm not sure if it, and Brian, you might be able to speak to this, if in the planning, there could be something we uncover that suggests something otherwise.
Yeah, just to add to that, the game plan right now is to replace them in kind. And as you notice through the pictures, they're really not even usable for their intended purpose at this point. They're dilapidated, they're not in compliance, and they're a maintenance burden for the staff. And so we really need to replace these and to be able to provide that type of opportunity at this park. And so we're hopeful that this will be funded so that we can get these back into ship shape and running.
Yeah, and I see in the chat, there's a specific question about why 3 small floats that are quite close as opposed to 1 larger dock. I think number one, it does look like they're closer than they are. Even the size at the beginning, I was surprised at how big they actually are. And we do have the existing abutments and gangways, et cetera, that are in good shape. So probably will make, be more efficient to replace these than develop a 1 larger dock. I wonder too about river currents, in terms of having smaller versus larger, but that's probably beyond my area of expertise.
Yeah, and that's exactly correct, Melinda. There's a lot of infrastructure in place that we can reuse, and they work perfectly fine if the floats themselves are in great shape. So to avoid a long drawn out permitting process and the expense associated with that, I think the advantage here is that we would be able to design and install these relatively easily and bring them back online.
Do you know the depth at the docks where they are in the water? I know that there's a question about that and a question about the water fluctuation. I understand that the water does fluctuate based on the dam activity. And what I've learned from the area manager is that there's not a real rhyme or reason to that. But in terms of the depth, average, I don't know what that answer is.
There have been a few instances where the depths of water have been a concern for the larger stern wheelers, but the depths are perfectly fine for every other type of boat, and it has to do, like Melinda said, with the Corps' management of the pool. So we don't expect that to be an issue, and we fully expect that if we were to replace these floats, that they would be usable for all types of purposes.
I think Lowell has a question. Go ahead, Lowell.
Yeah, excuse me. This is Lowell Dixon, Department of Natural Resources. My question is are there any conflicting uses with these floats currently? For instance, fishers and boaters? Just curious.
Well, there's less, because the floats are in the type of condition they're in, they've kind of been taken over by non-boaters, I guess, and taken over on, can't say exactly how many, but it seems to be there's less conflict about multiple different types of users on the floats as there is the lack of motorized boaters who are using them. So the idea with this is once these are improved, we'll be able to encourage and promote really the fact that these facilities are totally functional and can be used for motorized boaters, and then whether the pedestrian use is really a second priority. If the docks are open and nobody's there, then you could use the dock, but the primary focus would be for motorized boating.
Yeah, and I wouldn't say that there's a conflict per se. When they're not in use by boaters, we don't prohibit people from going out on the floats, but the primary use is for the boating.
Thank you.
You're muted, Marguerite. Saw you.
Sorry,
Thanks
a
for moving
painter
those.
came through, and so I muted myself so you didn't hear the painter talking. Are there any other questions or comments from team members? Hearing none, thank you very much, Melinda and Brian. And Brian, I hope you can go inside and get warmed up now.
Thank you. Thanks everybody for taking the
Thanks,
time.
everybody.
Yeah.
Right. Have a good
Team
day.
members, it's time for you to take a break, and we will start up with our next project at 11:30. Enjoy your break.
Hello. Oh, good. I just hoped it wasn't too choppy. It's like even the second one.
Okay, Melinda, if you let go of the mouse for a second. Okay, now you can take it back. I think everybody is back. Port of Silverdale. Who's here to present? Ed, are you there? Kathleen, are you there?
Yeah, just a second. We're trying to get the volume automatic.
Okay.
And then you have video. Start
You
video.
want
over here.
video? Yeah, video over there.
Oops. Okay.
There we
you
are.
You can see us now.
I at least see you, Kathleen.
This
Good.
is Ed.
Oh, hi, Ed.
He'll be here later.
All right, great. Well, glad you're here. Team members, I hope you had a good break. I am going to get things started here. So Kathleen, I am going to turn the remote control over to you
Okay.
here in just a,
Stop video.
I have to
Good
remember
morning.
what I'm looking for because I'm looking for Port of Silverdale. There we go. Okay. Now, Kathleen, if you can, I'm sorry, your camera went off. So
I just turned it off so it wouldn't be in the corner of the presentation. You want me to put it back on?
no, that's okay. You're fine. It's kind of nice to see the presenter though, and it doesn't show on our screen. So Kathleen, if you can double click to make sure you can control the presentation.
Yes.
And can you go forward?
Ooh, thank you. Oh, let's see. Yes.
And now go back. Good.
Okay, great.
All right.
So,
Well,
as
I have my trusty little timer here, so you may begin.
Good morning. My name is Kathleen. Port of Silverdale Commissioner Ed Schofield and Attorney Phil Best are here with me to present this project. The Port of Silverdale is located in central Kitsap County on the west side of the Puget Sound. The site is located on Dyes Inlet in the beloved old town area of Silverdale with its shops, eateries, bars, entertainment, and other amenities all around. The entire project area is within the port's DNR leased area shown here. This is a project overview. This section in red is part of the ALEA grant, while the areas highlighted in blue are included in this request. Here's an engineering drawing of the proposed dredging areas. Just 100 feet is included in this request to improve safe access from boaters' parking areas to water. The area highlighted in red is beach restoration included in an ALEA grant. The project is consistent with state and local plans. The county's goal is to increase availability of management of water access sites throughout Kitsap County. In addition, it is consistent with Kitsap County Shoreline Master Program goals to provide public access opportunities and space for diverse forms of water-oriented recreation. Tribes use these facilities for fishing within their usual and accustomed areas. The Port's recent comp plan prioritizes this project in its primary short-term goals. The plan calls for ADA accessibility, expanding overwater facilities for motorized boats, extending mooring floats, retrofitting electrical system, and complete dredging to maintain adequate depth for continued use of existing boat launch and mooring facilities. Development of the plan included many groups, individuals, and governments, including the Suquamish tribe. With only 37 miles of Kitsap Peninsula coastline accessible to the public in the state's third most densely populated county, access to marine shorelines is a high priority. According to the census data, the population is 271,473 with 636 people per square mile. With more choosing to commute, there is increasing need to meet the demand of a growing population. Within the 15-mile drivable range, there are 10 other docks. The mileage to each is shown here. While all of these fill up spring through fall,
The Port of Silverdale is the most popular open year-round, indicating a strong need in Central Kitsap. While there are 7 public boat launches within 15 miles of the project site, nearby Poulsbo has been closed for repairs, and Silverdale is the next in proximity. The Port of Silverdale offers a combination of a boat launch, adjacent park, piers, boat moorage, and ADA accessibility with amenities and opportunities non-existent at other venues. Therefore, there are no equal sites with a combination of an operating boat launch, multi-use parks, docks, transient moorage, and ADA accessibility. While the Port of Poulsbo would normally share most of these features, the launch is now closed for repairs. Annapolis has a fishing pier and kayak launch only. These photos show a busy boat launch and full transient moorage float. Approximately $200,000 is needed for a mooring float extension. Using RCO's grant application tool, demographics show the poverty level is more than 2 times that of the state's, median household income slightly below, and persons of color slightly above. Most notable, at 22%, the disabled population is considerably higher compared to the state or adjacent tracts. And by a separate reference, veterans make up 76% of Silverdale's population. The port was given a match reduction based on its underserved community in need basis. Safety and ADA accessibility is needed for the public to get from the pier to the mooring floats. As you can see, the existing 35-foot gangway here is too steep at low tide. The minimum ADA accessibility requirement is 80 feet, as shown here. And less than that is considered non-accessible. Approximately $60,000 is needed to purchase and install a new ADA, a new 82-foot aluminum gangway. The boat launch becomes unusable at times due to silt deposits caused by nearby construction and opening of Clear Creek estuary and unforeseen climatic storm events. Here, an emergency vehicle was stuck and unable to launch at low tide. Dredging at a cost of approximately $400,000 is needed to maintain depths at boat launch and mooring floats. The past dredging, also due to unforeseen flooding, was over 15 years ago. Power system for the dock and mooring piers is obsolete, outdated, and beyond repair without undergoing complete electrical upgrades and fire protection at a cost of approximately $220,000. Upland obstacles threatens passage and makes access across beach from parking lots dangerous, causing the majority of reported injuries to boaters. Erosion and rock debris impede safe access, and approximately $40,000 is needed for repair and shore plantings. Site suitability. There have been piers at this location used by tribes and settlers since at least 1895, preceding the port's creation in 1920. By 1979, the port also owned and maintained 450 feet of waterfront property. This site provides opportunities for motorized boats, wildlife viewing, photography, beach walks, event venues, picnicking, and fishing. The project elements described will make long-lasting improvements for many years to come. Compatible use with 450-foot beach near Old Town with amenities such as food, drinks, entertainment, good public transportation within its DNR lease, and no additional utilities are needed. The county-owned park is immediately adjacent to the port property and features large restrooms, playgrounds, parking, picnic areas, and open space to enjoy. Project design. A 70 by 17-foot extension on the last section of the existing mooring float will cover any displaced transient mooring. The longer finger float would also provide extra wave attenuation for the inside of the marina. Installing a longer 82-foot gangway from pier to floats allows for ADA compliance, and upgrades would include electrical wiring, plug-in stations, replumbing, and other features as designs progress. Example, 100% graded aluminum gangway from local vendor. The 70-foot extension will match the material of the existing dock and as heavy to attenuate wave action and protect inside the marina. Here are design examples of wood deck floats. Here a model for a typical wood decking. Typical galvanized steel pilings will be used to stabilize the float extension. This is the engineering design of proposed dredging extents. And that was, okay. Here are the proposed dredge depths needed in the areas of boat launch and mooring floats from 1 foot to 3 feet. The project will repair about 100 feet area of shoreline by removing piles of discarded granite and install plantings to protect shoreline and ensure safe passage from the parking lot and Pacific Avenue. Sustainability. Goals include expanding moorage, upgrade facilities, provide ADA access, 100 feet safe passage, new opportunities for boaters to access recreation and amenities. This project accomplishes all of these goals along existing public transportation. It separates trailer boat facilities to minimize conflicts, compatible location with parks, avoids additional clearing, will use locally sourced materials, and maximize its lifespan while reducing future operational costs. The disabled make up almost 1/4 of the population, while 3/4 are veterans in the census tract. Currently, no part of the docks are ADA accessible at all times during low tides. 63% of Kitsap residents say daily activities are limited by physical or mental health. Cost benefit. By doing all projects simultaneously, cost efficiencies will be realized. Engineering design is half done. The Army Corps of Engineers will be completed by June 2021. New float reduces long-term costs by prolonging equipment life. No new land will be needed. Port funds are secured along with over 100,000 committed in-kind support management by commissioners, staff, and user groups. Expands an existing facility, creating opportunities for motorized boats, increases ADA accessibility, and beach repairs ensure safe access from parking areas to boat launch and upgraded mooring facilities, mooring floats. Boats on trailers. This project predominantly benefits boats on trailers. There are plenty of trailers waiting to launch on any given day. With 75 boat launches per day, that includes typical 12 to 24-foot tailored boats, the dredging project will ensure the port can promise continued safe launching. Boating experience accommodates transient moorage for large vessels over 28 feet overnight. Setting out to sail. Recent surveys indicate this is the top destination site in Kitsap County with access to all of Dyes Inlet, miles of Puget Sound shoreline, multiple recreation opportunities with easy entrance to public parks, beaches, restaurants, and entertainment. It is the most popular place to enjoy many experiences, including skiing, wakeboarding, tubing, jet skiing, scuba diving, whale watching, swimming, fishing, or crabbing. The port also hosts widely held community events like this bathtub race in the extremely well-known annual Whaling Days fundraisers. Readiness. We are ready to roll with this project. Design is 50% done, public involvement completed, HBA permit in hand, while the Army Corps will be approved by this June. RFP is ready for publication. We have a short list of qualified contractors. The port held numerous well-attended meetings and workshops over the past 4 years with hundreds of comments and support letters. The team included Kitsap County Public Works, Central Kitsap Community Council, and School District, the Suquamish Tribe, Visit Kitsap Peninsula, Kitsap Sailing Foundation, and several other stakeholders to help guide and develop current project plans. Thank you. Commissioner Ed Schofield will hop over here and take your questions.
Questions or comments from team members? We'll start with you, Carl.
Yeah, so two questions. One, you're dredging. What type of precautions are you taking or concerns you have regarding future infill so that you don't have to do it again in the near future?
Right now, the one of the main reasons that we had the infill was a major project that opened up an estuary just to the north of us. I don't know. I don't have the exact number of thousands of feet of soil and sediment that have started to wash out of there over the last 2 or 3 years, but it's had a large impact on us with the heavy rains and the wave action we've had down here. Like Kathleen said earlier, it's been 15 years since our last dredge. Not much that I know of that we can do to prevent the movement of the debris around the bay, but hopefully with the completion now that a majority of the sediment has actually gone out of the estuary, we should be in a better place now.
Okay, and my second question is regarding design of your extension. Did I hear that you plan on doing the decking with wood material?
That's a possibility. It depends on the depth. The depth in that area doesn't require graded at this time, but if that's something that Fish and Wildlife wants to go with, we can certainly do that. But we were just looking at matching the existing decking on there, and they're actually glue lamp beams that are on there to take the wave action. We actually have a 2-mile fetch along here, so we get a lot of wave action, and that particular finger pier acts as a breakwater for the marina area.
Okay, thank you.
Other questions or comments from team members? So one of the questions was whether or not dredging and shoreline restoration is allowed for this grant. And so the answer to that question is we review the dredging to make sure it meets the eligibility criteria because we do have some strict guidelines. And I think that what Ed is saying is this is more like a part of a man-made but a natural event that occurred. And that's the reason why they need to dredge. And so our program would allow for, if that's the case, shoreline restoration, we can allow some. However, it has to be associated with the boating related project as opposed to general restoration. For that, I believe, and Ed, am I correct? Did you folks apply for either an aquatic lands enhancement account grant to do some shoreline restoration work?
That's correct. It's improving the access. We have that large grassy area right now. You drop down, 5 feet or so, and we're trying to, improve that, move it back a little bit, and improve that area so that you can actually walk. Some of the kayakers and paddleboarders can walk across that area without too much of a, impact on them.
So Kim, a big part of it was because they had I think they had 2 or 3 applications submitted for this same area. What we have been working with them is to try to make sure we separated out what was motorized boating related versus some of the other uses like upland uses where they get a lot of kayakers and non-motorized boating activity. And so that's the reason why they submitted multiple applications so that they could get the appropriate funding. And if they're successful, they may be able to do these projects kind of in all at the same time, but we just separated them out to be true to the program intent and the fund sources. Any other questions or comments about this project? Well, Ed and Kathleen, thank you both very much. And I hope to be able to, Kim maybe will be able to share the results with you early next week. So thanks again for showing up. And we look forward to sharing those details with you as soon as we can.
Okay, thank you, everyone on the board there.
Thank you.
Bye, guys.
Okay. Bye-bye. Hi, Robin.
There we go. Can you hear me?
I can. I'm going to get rid
Perfect.
of that presentation because I don't think you want to present that one.
I would not do a very good job on that one, no.
I hear you. So are you presenting by yourself today?
I am. I'm going to try to man the arrow button and my notes and everything, so.
Oh, boy. I know you can do it. All right, so I am going to turn the controls over to you as soon as I find your name in this list. There you are. Okay, so now, Robin, I'm going to, now, why don't you double click and see that you have control of the mouse?
Okay,
And can you go back?
I can.
Perfect, good deal. Those practice sessions really help.
Yes, big time.
All right, you are good, and I've got the timer set, so you may begin.
Okay. Hi, thanks so much for having me here today. My name is Robin Pittman, and I'm the director of the Manson Park and Recreation District. Before I jump into the presentation, I would like to familiarize you with the town of Manson and the Manson Bay Marina Breakwater Replacement Planning Project. Manson is located in central Washington, specifically in Chelan County along the shores of Lake Chelan. Just 15 minutes north of Chelan on Highway 150, Manson is the last stop along the shoreline of the lake. The project site is at the end of Manson's downtown block, immediately adjacent to Manson Bay Park. Our proposed project includes obtaining funding for planning efforts for the replacement of the Manson Bay Marina breakwater. We also plan to evaluate potential slip expansion. The marina, as shown here, is used for transient motorized boat moorage year-round. The marina slips are rented for short-term moorage from the fourth Friday in April until October 1st. The remainder of the year is considered the off-season, when longer stays are permitted with yearly approval from the RCO. The marina's breakwater is a popular fishing spot for locals all year long, rain, shine, or snow. Need. Manson is well known for its pristine waters, mountain setting, and recreation opportunities. The community includes a resident population of about 1,600, which can swell to over 10,000 during the summer months. The graphic shown here depicts the many boating facilities on Lake Chelan. For all the boating activity supported here, Manson Bay Marina is the only marina in Manson. Built in 2003, this 32-slip public marina provides boaters with overnight moorage and a free marine sewage pump-out station. The floating breakwater is an absolute necessity as it serves as a wave barrier against the rough waters of Lake Chelan. The marina's close proximity to the downtown corridor makes its location ideal. If we zoom in on the previous map, you can see that Manson has 2 boat launches. Old Mill Park features a 4-lane launch with ample parking. It's the most popular boat launch site on Lake Chelan. The only other launch in Manson is adjacent to Manson Bay Marina. Open during the winter months, this single-lane boat launch is the only deep water launch on the lake. Because of the abuse it receives from Mother Nature, Manson Bay Marina has experienced many repairs in the past 15 years. The timber structure underneath has sustained damage and deterioration, as have the pile connections and hinges. One failing section can only tolerate the weight of about 5 adults. After the last inspection by Harrison Dock Builders in 2019, we were notified that the breakwater will reach the end of its useful life by 2029. These pictures show just some of the damage this facility has incurred over the years. As it ages, the damage from severe storms is becoming worse and worse. Manson is considered an underserved area with a median household income of less than $50,000 annually and an almost 40% non-white population. Manson Bay Marina is used heavily from June through August with occupancy at or near 100%. On a typical summer day, 30% of our guests are locals, and the remaining 70% are visitors from across the state. September through November, local fishermen take over with occupancy from 30 to 60%. Winter is for the bravest of boaters. The lake level is lower during this time, reducing the number of available slips from 32 to about 6. Usage picks up again in the spring when fishing season is at its peak. Ever since the marina was constructed, discussions have surfaced about potential expansion. Of the existing slips, a full third can only accommodate boats up to 23 feet long. The average length of boats on Lake Chelan has increased significantly over the years. As we are gearing up to replace the breakwater, it only makes sense to research the possibility of expanding to better serve the needs of today's recreational boaters. Our marina serves boaters and fishermen from across the state year-round. The facility that so many people have come to rely on is failing and will soon be unusable. This planning effort will provide the first step in adequately permitting and designing a replacement to ensure use of this public marina for years to come. This project supports Manson Park's #1 goal to provide access and stewardship at this facility. Revitalization of the Manson Bay area, including the marina, is the #1 project in our comprehensive plan. It also aligns with the Recreation and Conservation Plan for Washington State by enhancing safety and maintaining boating facilities. Site suitability. The existing site is already a popular marina, making it well-suited and proven for this purpose. With its proximity to Manson Bay Park, it's within walking distance of downtown Manson's restaurants, shops, and public buildings. Manson is fortunate in that the entire downtown waterfront area, including the marina, is held for public use. The location offers something for everyone, including boat docks, a lifeguarded swim area, and an off-leash dog park. The topography here is ideal, and an established concrete sidewalk system connects each facility. The marina provides access to over 50 miles of incredible recreational opportunities. Nestled in the Cascade Mountains, Sahican is the northernmost point on the lake. It's only accessible by boat, seaplane, or hiking boots, making it a highly sought-after destination for outdoor explorers. Fishing, hiking, and water sports are all world-class in the Chelan Valley. Due to our 300 days of sunshine each year, Lake Chelan is a prime destination for water recreation in all forms of adventure. The fishing ain't half bad either. Fishermen and fisherwomen can find a variety of species, including kokanee, smallmouth bass, and Chinook salmon. While the average catch hovers between 6 and 10 pounds, these ladies prove that hauling out something a touch bigger is not a rarity in these waters. Planning success. The original design utilized a simple and cost-effective approach, which has served Manson Parks well over the years. The map shown here was one of several proposed designs. Because we are currently seeking funding for planning efforts only, we will ensure that all the necessary documents are obtained prior to construction. Recent input received from both surveys and public meetings has identified the community's desire to increase the capacity of the marina. Boaters have requested both an increase in the number and the size of the slips. Thankfully, Manson Parks isn't alone in this effort. We have a support team of design professionals ready to assist with this project. This team recently completed the brand new private Sunset Marina project in Chelan, shown here. Their expertise will prove invaluable as we move forward with this planning effort. Sustainability. One way to ensure sustainability is with the use of a floating breakwater rather than a bottom-supported structure. Floating breakwaters present a minimum interference with water circulation and fish migration. They also offer a low profile, reducing the visual impact of the structure. Economically speaking, floating breakwaters are much less expensive to construct, and replacement will prevent costly repairs. The existing breakwater has significantly helped to slow the shoreline erosion, yet another reason that we need to plan now to ensure sustainability long into the future. One unusual way our marina encourages sustainability is through our partnership with the Lake Chelan Research Institute. The Institute is at the forefront of sustainability on Lake Chelan. Their focus is on studies of water quality and invasive aquatic species. They worked hard to obtain 2 Fluidian units, water quality testing devices, which give a real-time count of E. coli and total coliform in the lake. This is a state-of-the-art device, and we are extremely fortunate to have one right here in our very own marina. The marina is located at the end of downtown Manson, adjacent to Manson Bay Park. It's just minutes from thriving local businesses and recreational opportunities. Downtown Manson is easily accessible for people traveling by boat, jet ski, or kayak via the marina. It's also easily accessed via the state highway, which ends in Manson. The public link bus stops at the marina every hour between 6 a.m. and 7 p.m., 6 days a week. This puts the marina at the heart of the economic and transportation components of our community. For this reason, the Port of Chelan County has frequently shown its support for the marina and our waterfront parks. Cost benefit. The benefits of this planning effort certainly outweigh the cost. If left as is, the breakwater will continue to worsen and it will be rendered unusable. If this were to happen, the marina would no longer serve its purpose of supporting public water recreation. This would negatively impact the recreation goals set by our town, county, and the state. I know what this looks like, but no, this is not one of the famous Lake Chelan whales. This represents one boat that did not make it to Manson Bay Marina during a violent storm. Many boaters have sought our marina as a safe harbor when pleasant conditions turn treacherous. Allowing our marina to fail could come at a steep cost to human life and the environment. Manson Bay Marina's breakwater is one of the few, if not the last, public facility that utilizes old tires for wave attenuation. Tires contain and emit toxic chemicals into the air and water, harming the ecosystem. Part of this planning effort will work to eliminate this material, which will improve the environmental impacts of the facility. Boats on trailers. Manson Bay Marina serves boats on trailers as it can only accommodate boats of a towable width. Supporting this function is the fact that Manson Parks operates the only boat launches in Manson. There are no dry docks or other facilities in our area to assist with oversized vehicles. Boating experience. If you love to boat, you'll love the Lake Chelan experience. Lake Chelan is over 50 miles long, 170,000 years old, and over 1,000 feet deep. It is said to be the 3rd deepest, 3rd cleanest lake in the United States. People from all over the Pacific Northwest and beyond flock to Lake Chelan for an incredible vacation experience. Oops. Sorry. Let's see here. Oh, where am I at here? Okay. Historically, Lake Chelan has served many purposes. It has played a big role in the way of life here, offering its waterway for transportation and its fish and clean water for sustenance. As far back as records show, boating has been crucial to the people of this valley. The primary function of the lake and our marina is boating recreation. Most boats on the lake travel at under 30 miles per hour. The exception is the hydroplanes, which visit each year for a sanctioned race in Manson Bay. This event fills our 32-slip marina every September. The feasibility study we plan to conduct for marina expansion will identify how many more slips could be added. Readiness. Just as these parasailers are getting ready for an incredible ride, so is Manson Parks. We are hopeful that RCO and the BFP grant will help make this planning effort a reality. Thank you for taking the time to listen to our presentation. And now I'd like to open it up for any comments or questions that you might have.
Just giving team members a chance to see if there are questions for Robin. Robin, I noticed that you had a couple of new graphics in there.
Yeah.
Very helpful. Good job. Brian, are you raising your hand to ask a question? Are you clapping your hands to let Robin know she did a good job? Robin, I think it was the good job hand clap.
We'll go with that. I like it.
Go ahead.
Hi there. Yeah, this is Lowell Dixon, Washington Department of Natural Resources.
Hey.
I was wondering if you know the proportion of vessels that are trailerable that use the facility versus the larger vessels that, you had a few photos of?
Mhm. Yeah, the larger boats, we actually have basically banned from the marina now, just because of the damage they were doing. So at this time, it's 100% trailerable.
Okay,
what-
and for the future, I guess you'll be looking into it with the planning grant, but I was just curious, would that continue, do you think, in the future?
Yeah, the recent requirements, our board kind of discussed this, and they are discussing length and width requirements for vessels. So right now, the widest width that we can have is something with a 10-foot 6-inch beam, which is definitely a little bit bigger than what we've been doing, but we need to check the feasibility of it just to make sure that that's still okay.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
Great. Chris, do you have a question for Robin?
I do. You mentioned trying to see how many slips you could add. Do you already have an idea in terms of demand? I know you said you were 100% certain times of the year. Do you know how many more slips you potentially would need, or is that something that this funding would partially pay for?
That is something that it would partially pay for. Just knowing there's 2 of us that handle reservations. I can definitely say we could easily add another 20 slips and have them full the first year. The demand has just been huge, and it's only increasing, especially with coronavirus lately. Everybody just wants to get out on the water. So I don't see that trend slowing down.
Okay, thank you.
Great. Any other questions or comments for Robin? Well, Robin, thank you very much.
Yes.
We appreciate you coming and presenting. You didn't have to go nearly as far as you usually have to come.
Yeah, my commute was a lot shorter this time. So
a lot shorter this time. And we
Yeah.
hope to be able to share the results with you early next week. So thank you very much.
Perfect. Thank you. And thank you so much, everybody, for taking time out of your busy schedules to hear all of these presentations.
Team members, believe it or not, you have now made it to your lunch break. So I'm going to let you know that you can take off and be back. Our next project proposal begins at 1:10. So see you back at 1:10.
Hello, Bob Wise joining.
Hi, Bob. How are you?
I am great, but I'm in a place with spotty reception, so I'm worried about dropping.
Marguerite, Doug Levy's on too, and if somehow Bob gets to a point where we lose him entirely, he asked if I could jump in and do his part, if that's okay.
That is, but hopefully.
Hopefully we have Bob.
Yeah.
Definitely, hopefully we have Bob. Yeah, believe it or not, I'm in a state park.
Oh, why in the world would you go there to use Wi-Fi?
It's a long story. But I needed to be in a state park today, and so here I am.
There you go. Hi, team members. I hope you are making your way back to your electronic desk for the second part of our reviews. Before we get started, I want to just chat with you briefly about a couple of things. And part of it is questions that you folks had raised in the chat. So I'm hoping that all are back now. Lowell, are you there? I'm going to give a minute or two because I want to make sure Lowell is there before we do that one. Hey, Hannah, how are you?
Hi, I'm good. How are you doing?
I'm good. Are you tuning in for Lake Bay?
Yes, I will be presenting for DNR.
Awesome. We're just giving everybody one more minute to get back, and then I want to chat with them just before we get started. So
sounds good.
Marguerite, can you still hear me?
I can.
Great, thank you.
Team members, according to my clock, it is now 1:10 when we are supposed to start up with our next project. But I wanted to at least address a question that has come up and make sure everybody is on the same page in this regard. And the question has to do with scoring the boating experience. And I should have explained it a little bit better, but as a reminder, the boating experience is actually a negative scoring question. So you can give positive points or you can give minus points. So if you look at the actual question itself, the maximum points that you can give for that particular criteria is 3. The minimum points, if you want to go the negative way, for example, if you think that the project is not going to do anything to help the boating experience, or you think it's going to have a negative impact on the boating experience, then you can actually take away 1 or 2 points. So just want to make sure that that's clear to everybody. So the full scoring range for that question is -2 to +3. And if PRISM is doing its usual thing, you can't do anything else but score between those numbers. The second question that I saw was about doing comparison and whether or not you could see all of the scores. So remember, you're only going to see the ones that you've done a score in. And so if you've done a score for something and you don't see other projects showing that score, then just by all means reply again to the chat and we'll ask our PRISM database team to check that to just make sure it's working the way it's supposed to. We may not get it taken care of today, but at least if we know, we can try to check that so that by tomorrow morning, it's all up and working. So I wanted to make sure I said that. Any other issues that folks have? And by the way, on occasion, you'll try to do a comparison and the question doesn't show up for every project. That's because depending on the project type, some questions show and some don't. So for example, some of those questions, it's for a development project only, or it's for a planning project only. And if that's the case, you won't see all of the projects when you do your comparison. Yes, Chris, I think that's you. You answered that one is, I think you were saying, yes, depending on what the question or the project type is, some questions won't show. Any other questions for me before we get started again? All right, then I am going to get rid of some of the stuff on my screen. I'm going to turn off my camera. I'm going to give Hannah control. Okay, so Hannah, do you want to double click to see if you have control of the mouse?
Yes, it looks like I do. Let me do a test.
Mm-hmm.
There we go.
Perfect.
Great.
Good job. And then Hannah, you may want to introduce the other folks that are there to help you with this presentation, and then you may begin.
Okay. Yeah. Hi, everyone. My name is Hannah Blackstock. I'm with the Aquatic Resources Division of the Department of Natural Resources. And with me is Bob Wise, and he'll introduce himself.
Hi, my name is Bob Wise. I'm from the Recreational Boating Association of Washington Marine Parks Conservancy.
We are here to present application 20-2425 for the Lake Bay Marina Acquisition and Planning Grant. The Washington Department of Natural Resources is requesting $1.8 million to acquire and plan for the renovation of upland and tideland property in Mayo Cove near Lake Bay, Washington, including the historic Lake Bay Marina. DNR and the Recreational Boating Association of Washington, known as RBA, will use this grant to acquire and plan for the renovation of approximately 17.5 acres of upland and tideland property associated with the Lake Bay Marina. The purchase will include undeveloped forested uplands, the modified shoreline, including several older structures, the existing marina, including historic pier and building, floating docks and fuel dock, and estuarine tidelands that provide habitat to kelp, eelgrass, rearing chum and coho salmon, and shellfish species. Following acquisition planned for September of 2021, DNR and RBA will initiate a planning process, including outreach to the public and other stakeholders to determine how to renovate the site and marina for a quality recreational experience, while also minimizing and correcting environmental impacts. Lake Bay Marina is located on Key Peninsula in Pierce County, across the water from Penrose Point State Park in Mayo Cove. This is an underserved strategic location for recreational boaters between Olympia and Tacoma, and is currently the only fueling location in the area. In its current condition, the site is not capable of meeting the needs of boaters. The docks are in poor condition, electricity has been removed due to safety concerns, and the fuel dock is non-functional and hazardous.
This is an underserved boating population. Other regions of Puget Sound have premier marine state parks, such as Susha Island and Hope Island marine state parks, with public access and facilities for large groups of boaters. There is no similar facility in the South. Lake Bay Marina provides the only public fuel dock between Tacoma and Olympia. This project is pivotal to preserving public access at this site and its rich history, dating back 135 years to the Mosquito fleet. The building on the pier is on the Pierce County Register of Historic Places and was designated such in 2019.
The shoreline at this site has also been highly modified. There is significant potential to restoring and protecting habitat and water quality in Mayo Cove, a pocket estuary with kelp and eelgrass that supports rearing salmon, Pacific herring, and numerous shellfish species. The preservation and redevelopment of Lake Bay is also cited in Pierce County's growth management plan.
Since its use by the Mosquito fleet more than 100 years ago, Mayo Cove has always been an excellent location for boating access. Strategically located between Olympia and Tacoma, it will draw boaters from all over the South Sound. Improved upland facilities and launching capacity will draw day boat use from Pierce, Mason, and Kitsap counties, and likely more. And although the cove is shallow enough for swimming, crabbing, and fishing, it is also deep enough to accommodate large vessels. The site is adjacent to Penrose Point State Park, and it would complement the park by adding additional boating facilities. A fuel dock and nearby pump out facilities, proximity to historic building, and upland parking and concession area make this an excellent choice for renovation. The pier and walkway are already improved, which will allow redevelopment to focus on the marina and upland park and parking facilities. The replacement of the existing dilapidated marina will be easier, less costly to permit than the development of a new marina, especially given the existing boat launch and parking area.
The facility is currently within a DNR lease that terminates in September 2021, at which point the marina will either be removed or sold into private use. Public access could be permanently lost if it is not acquired immediately. The site suffers from dilapidated docks, beset by violations of health and safety standards, and a non-operational fuel dock. The site has had significant environmental impacts, and the adjacent upland area is in violation of Pierce County land use codes. By completing this acquisition and deeding the land to the state, we can guarantee the site will remain available to the public and not lost to private development. As the steward of 2.6 million acres of state-owned aquatic lands and manager of hundreds of marina leases, DNR has extensive knowledge of permitting requirements, environmental standards, and regional planning. And with the expertise of the largest owner and operator of individual marinas in Puget Sound, ARBA will provide guidance in marina design, boater needs, and facility operation and maintenance. The site has already undergone an assessment, which concluded that impacts from petroleum products was limited to a very small area with no impacts to groundwater.
Following the acquisition, DNR and ARBA will engage the public and other stakeholders to plan for upgrading and enhancing moorage, the fuel pumps, and upland areas to better serve the public. Stewardship measures will be incorporated into the design of the existing facility to maximize public access potential while correcting and minimizing ecological impacts. Some examples are shown in these photos. The planning process will focus on low impact design and materials and will consider local climate change projections. Site capacity will be determined during the planning process, but we anticipate planning for at least 40 vessels per day and possibly another 20 hand launch boats.
This project provides many opportunities to increase the sustainability of a marina at this site. These opportunities include removing the bulkhead and restoring the shoreline, removing creosote-treated wood and styrofoam to reduce pollution, installing grading to reduce shading, replacing the fuel dock with modern equipment to minimize spill risk, and landscaping adjacent uplands to support native species. The site also offers an opportunity to acquire a historic site rich in boating tradition while preserving public access in a way that blends with the rustic charm and beauty of the Key Peninsula. Acquisition will preserve public access that is lacking elsewhere on Key Peninsula, while promoting numerous recreational uses that promote physical activities and healthy living.
This site presents a unique opportunity to use modern state-of-the-art materials during the renovation to create a model facility that can be an example of how public access can be provided with minimal environmental impacts. The project will also attract local contractors and could serve as an economic shot in the arm for the Key Peninsula, which lacks revenue-generating retail and commercial activities.
The benefits of the Lake Bay Marina acquisition will far exceed its costs. Preserving and enhancing public access, retaining the rich maritime heritage, and capitalizing on its proximity to Penrose Point State Park will ensure the continuation of multi-generational boating use at this site. It is a very important asset to the local community, and there is significant social benefit to protecting it. Environmental benefits are also numerous, and projected improvements have already been described. Such improvements are particularly important for this site given the protected estuarine habitat that it provides for many species, including rearing salmon as well as Pacific herring.
With a facility that's no longer able to meet the needs of South Sound boaters, this acquisition and facility improvement will ensure much needed services will be available soon and well into the future, including public access, a boat launch, and restrooms. This project will likely serve a large number of trailer boats and hand launch vessels, and will also be accessible by larger vessels from the water, including both power and sailboats. Parking will be enhanced and available for boat trailers, day use, and hand launch vessels. And as stated earlier, we anticipate planning for at least 40 vessels per day and possibly another 20 hand launch boats. The boating community is desperately in need of quality services and public access on South Sound and in and around the Key Peninsula. This is an ideal location with Mayo Cove easily able to accommodate boats while also serving as a haven for other recreational activities and establishing a magnet location in South Sound for large groups of boaters. Acquisition of this site will preserve public access to a marina facility with 135 years of rich history.
Did we lose you, Bob?
I think I'm back. Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Okay. As I was saying, acquisition of the site will preserve public access to a marina facility with 135 years of rich history, as well as a building that's listed on the Pierce County Historic Register. This location is ideal for maximizing access opportunities for boaters with at least 25 slips.
The project is ready to go. ARBA has a signed purchase and sale agreement with the current owner of the marina. Acquisition funding would enable this agreement to be executed by September 2021 and for the site to be deeded over to the state. DNR, in coordination with ARBA, Penrose Point State Park, and local community volunteers will likely manage the site after purchase and through the planning and redevelopment process. The project team is prepared to embark right away on a planning process that would determine the best path forward for making and phasing improvements, securing permits, and designing and engineering the site to best maximize boating, public use, and both active and passive recreational opportunities. In 2022, DNR and ARBA intend to begin applying for other grants, including the RCO Boating Facilities Grant and the Boating Infrastructure Grant for the continued development of the project. Thank you, and we are happy to answer any questions.
Heather, Hannah and Bob did a good job. And Bob, I was glad we only lost you there for just a brief moment.
Yeah, me too.
Okay, team members, are there questions about this project or comments? Okay, we'll start with you, Guy.
Yeah, I was wondering, since DNR is a state agency, who will be operating the facility, and will it be feasible after the purchase?
So, Anna, did you hear the question?
Yes. Yeah, so DNR would be the owner and operator of this facility as it goes through the planning process. And we've already reached out to Penrose Point State Park, as well as the local community for assistance with volunteering to help manage the site on a day-to-day basis. We may need to close the marina portion of it due to safety concerns, but the building and pier and parking area would be able to remain open.
So Hannah, you answered that for like this initial part of it. Mm-hmm. And in the long term, it sounds like DNR and state parks and the county are still talking about long-term management.
Yes.
Of that facility. Okay.
That's correct. And that would be, part of our planning process.
Okay. Guy, hopefully that helped answer the question. Do you have another one for them?
No, thank you.
Okay, good. Chris, I think you have a question or two.
Yeah, I do have a question. It looks like a great project, but the question I have is around, similar to the last question, around the sustainability financially. Like, this looks like a big project. And it sounds like you know that you need to raise money, but the path to raise that money to me looks, from what I've seen, it doesn't look very clear. Can you talk more about your fundraising abilities to actually execute the project after you acquire the property?
Yeah, and maybe I'll let Bob touch on that if he's still around.
Yeah, I sure am. So I'm happy to jump in there. For those of you that aren't aware, the Recreational Boating Association of Washington, our early history dates back to raising the money to acquire Susha Island and then gifting it to the state to become one of the most premier marine parks in the United States. We're certainly behind this project, and we've already have commitments for several $100,000 that we've currently raised to go towards the Lake Bay effort. And we certainly believe that we're going to be eligible for a number of other grants and also private funding that's come into our 501c3. So we don't see a problem in raising the money to complete the acquisition or the renovation of the property going forward. The recreational boating community has been very generous so far, and we believe will continue to be generous in contributions to this effort. And what's also interesting about the project is that due to the nature of the marina component, it will have an ongoing sustainable revenue source. And so we believe that once the project is completely renovated, that there will also be money there. And we've had this conversation with state parks for the long-term maintenance of the property.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Carl, you have a question or a comment?
I do. I need to first apologize. I was either looking up something or daydreaming when you answered number 8, boats on trailers. Could you please briefly tell me about that one again?
Yeah, absolutely. There is an existing boat ramp on the property now. It is in a fairly dilapidated state, so we anticipate modernizing, renovating it, and expanding it. And there is ample location for parking. And in terms of the launch lanes and the traffic pattern, the site is very well set up for having a very efficient boat ramp launching facility, and trailers and trucks will definitely be able to get in there. And we also would anticipate during the planning process accommodating a low float for the launching of kayaks and paddleboards.
Thank you.
So just a reminder, as you're doing the planning, you kind of have to remember that design and permitting and planning for motorized boating works, but you may want to be thinking about submitting an application to one of our other grant programs for design and development of non-motorized vessels. So, and we can talk to you more about how to do that.
Thank you.
Any other questions or comments? Guy, did you have another question, or you just hadn't lowered your hand yet?
Sorry, I forgot to lower my hand.
Oh, okay. Okay. Well, hearing no other questions, I think you folks have finished your work for today. So, well, not you advisors, you're with me for another couple hours, but the Lake Bay Marina team is finished for today. Thank you both very much. Hannah,
all right, well, thank you very much. We really appreciate it. We're incredibly excited about this project.
Yes, thank you so much.
So Hannah, I've now taken back mouse control so you can do what you need to do. And we are going to move on to our next project proposal. So this one is Snohomish County.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Hi, Marguerite. This is Carol Olds.
Hi, Carol.
Hi.
I don't see you, so I'm looking for you here.
That's right. I pressed the unmute at least.
Okay, there you are. You've unmuted yourself. And are you going to present this one? There you go. There, I see you.
All right.
It's always nice to see a nice face on the other side.
That's right. And Sharon Swan is also here.
Hi, Sharon.
From Snohomish County. But since coming on with the county in November, and as a designer earlier on in this project, I'm ready to present today.
Okay, great. So what I'm going to do, Carol, if I can find you on this little list, I am going to turn off my camera turn control of the mouse over to you. So first I'm going to ask you to double click to get control and now see, can you go back? Perfect. I'm resetting my trusty little timer here. So now if everybody is ready, you may begin.
All right, thanks for having me. As I said, I'm Carol Ulf, Senior Park Planner with Snohomish County Parks, and I'm pleased to present our elevated boat launch construction project today. The design for this project is a result of funding support from this board back in 2016. So thank you very much for helping us get to this point today. The proposed project will replace an existing at-grade boat launch with an elevated structure and provide associated upland facilities, including 17 boat and trailer spaces for parking, launch circulation, stormwater treatment, a boat wash area, and a tie-down lane for staging. Before getting into the scoring criteria, I'll give a brief overview of Kayak Point Park and the larger renovation of the day use area, which this project has been designed to fit within. Kayak Point is located on Port Susan in Puget Sound with great access to the Salish Sea. The whole park is 690 acres with 3,300 feet of shoreline. The park receives over 180,000 visitors annually. It has a campground, yurts, a water trail, campsites, nature trails, and down at the day use area, we have picnic shelters, a playground, restrooms, a pier, and of course, the boat launch. It's open year-round and is the most popular park in Snohomish County's system. The main draw is the day use area and the public beach access. Constructed in the 70s, the park has aging facilities and infrastructure, so the day use renovation will address accessibility, environmental improvements, operations and maintenance needs, and resiliency in the face of climate change and sea level rise. The boat launch planned for phase 1 is a very important part of this park, and the current grant proposal project focuses specifically on the motorized boat launch portion of the site and upland support facilities. So moving into the scoring criteria, the first is need. Kayak Point's boat launch provides well-needed access in an area where other public launches are mostly located out on Camano and Whidbey Islands, which is quite a far drive. Maintaining public access to the water is very important to Snohomish County. This map lists sites in neighboring counties, and you can see we have much less than our neighbors, despite having the third highest population in the state. Part of that shortage is due to the rail line, which runs along the shore south of Everett, and that means we need to provide maintenance and updates to the few public water access sites that we have. Our project also considers sea level rise, and modeling from NOAA shows that most of the day use area could be underwater, which would cut off access to the current at-grade boat launch. The proposed elevated structure is designed to allow public access well into the future. In addition to the regional needs driving this project, some site-specific needs triggering the renovation include circulation conflicts between the boat launch and park users moving between the beach, the parking, restroom, and playground, which are all in this central area right now. Another issue is the need to regularly clean off the launch. The material you can see here piled needs to be scraped off daily. The elevated structure is designed to eliminate this need and would include debris deflectors to keep logs away. When sediments aren't cleaned daily, launchers like this one can't get traction and they get stuck. Public input about Kayak Point specifically identified the boat launch for retention and improvement, and we heard repeatedly that the boat launch was an important part of the park and needed to be retained and fixed. Related to social equity and addressing health concerns, the park serves census areas with lower than average household incomes, higher than average disabled populations, people of color, high BMIs, and mortality rates. Because of these needs, this project is identified in our adopted Parks and Rec plan as a priority to renovate the facility and ensure that it's kept open for water access. For site suitability, Kayak Point has a long history as a water access and boat launch site. The property was developed as a resort in the 1920s and was popular for fishing, boating, and overnight stays. During this early use, it's interesting to note that the launch was located in essentially the same place as we're proposing now. As part of our design process, we analyzed alternative locations within the park, and the preferred alignment is in the central spot at a balance point between shoreline erosion and accretion. As part of the alternatives analysis, biologists surveyed eelgrass beds around the point, and we shifted the design to avoid impacts. Coastal engineers noted that the location proposed offers some protection from wind and waves coming around the point. Additionally, the outreach with the public supported the updated launch near the same location. For project design, the new elevated launch is part of the improvements planned for the entire day use area. The holistic site plan incorporated input from architects, engineers, staff, and stakeholders. Here is a zoom in on how boaters will access the new launch. The circulation reduces conflicts by creating separate car and pedestrian routes, moves small car parking away from the boat launch area, and puts boat trailer parking spots closer to the launch instead of at the other end of the park where they are now. In the yellow lanes, there will be space for preparing boats for launching, tie down, and a washdown area. The most exciting part of this project for us is the elevated boat launch. It's a higher upfront cost to build this kind of structure instead of an on-grade launch, but it's going to allow beach sediments to move naturally, and it will reduce impacts to forage fish spawning. It will also provide a slightly steeper profile, which will allow for easier launching. In addition to the boat launch, the design includes updated parking lot areas and stormwater treatment. Currently, the stormwater puddles in small basins like this before going right out to the beach. But the new system includes vegetated filter strips, storm filter catch basins, and given those water quality concerns in Puget Sound, treating the water here is going to be an excellent environmental improvement. The launch is designed with precast concrete planks and steel piles for longevity. The plans also include debris deflectors to keep logs off the ramp. And the design includes a wedge for a boarding float, which we plan to implement if funding allows. The design is now essentially complete and has a thorough cost estimate, so we feel very confident in our budget and the solidness of our proposed project. There are a number of components which will contribute to the ecological sustainability of our project, specifically eliminating the need to do launch cleanings in the forage fish spawning area, treating polluted stormwater, and avoiding impacts to eelgrass. For social sustainability, the project will improve site safety, serve underserved populations, and provide access to high-quality food sources through fish and crab harvesting. The launch is a popular destination, and posts on social media show pictures of how people are using the launch to strengthen their relationship with each other and the environment. Research shows that park facilities contribute to local economies by bringing people to the area who might stop for groceries, visit restaurants, and participate in events. For the Parks Department, implementing updates with durable, long-lasting materials at an existing park with an existing ranger makes this a cost-effective project. Overall, we do believe that this project will be a long-term benefit for the county. There will be temporary impacts such as limiting public access during construction and in-water work disturbance. And while building an elevated launch is a high upfront cost, we believe that there will be significant lasting benefits associated with protecting forage fish habitat, treating stormwater, and ensuring that the launch will be available in the long term. We also estimate that eliminating the need for the daily launch cleaning will save about $20,000 per year on labor costs. This project is focused on providing facilities for trailer launching. The project includes 17 trailer boat parking spaces in the day use area, and there's an overflow parking area that has space for up to 41 additional boat and trailer parking spaces. For boating experience, our boat launch provides direct access to the Salish Sea. It's in a central location that allows access to many other destinations, including Camino Island State Park and the San Juan Islands. Popular activities from this launch include fishing and crabbing, sightseeing, and wildlife viewing. The launching experience will be greatly improved by the elevated facility, which means visitors won't need to wait for sediment to be cleared, and the parking and approach lanes will be better located. And lastly, related to readiness, we're submitting for construction permits, and we could be ready to go out to bid this year. Our funding package includes local funds and other grants for the non-boat launch parts of the site. This project actually ranked #1 for water access and #5 for ALEA. So we are overall in a position to take on this first phase of the project this year. And with that, I thank you and am happy to answer any questions.
Thank you very much, Carol. Questions or comments from team members? I have to say you did a very nice job in addressing the sustainability criteria as well as the cost benefit one, some very key bullets that you included and really focused on what the criteria was asking for. So good job with those. And I'm not seeing any questions in the chat. I'm not seeing any hands raised. So I think you have totally satisfied community members. Anything else, members, that you want to ask before Sharon and Carol leave us? Well, thank you both very much. Good job, and we hope to be able to share the results with you early next week.
All right, thanks a lot, everyone.
Thank you.
Bye.
See you, Sharon.
Thank you very much. See you
Team
later.
members, you have a break. Our next project starts up at 2:05. Hey, Chris, do you want to unmute yourself? And I'm going to see if I can answer at least what I think the question is that you are asking. Is the first part of your question was you were asking about sponsor match?
Yes.
And
I'm looking at Prism and I'm seeing for that project, they had a significant sponsor match.
Mm-hmm. And so the sponsor match for their project, I think your question is what's the source or what do they plan to use for it?
Yes. Yes.
Okay, since they have logged off, I'm going to.
Well, I'm not overly concerned about the source exactly, precisely who it is. It looks like they've raised money somewhere else, is what that's saying. It could be private sector donations. It could be who knows what.
Right. And I'm going to minimize this and I will tell you, it doesn't show up on this screen, so I'm going to go to my other screen. This is project number 20.
And the reason why I bring it up is it just, for the cost benefit sort of criteria.
Mm-hmm.
If someone's raising most of the money from another source and we think the benefit is really, if we think it's a high benefit, then that would increase that score in my mind.
So in their application, and I'll tell you where they intend to get their monies from, they have identified that 1.7 million will come from local appropriations. So basically those dollars would be coming from the county.
Okay, great. Yeah, I think that helps me score especially the cost benefit criteria.
Okay, great.
Thank you.
Any other questions or?
Nope. I think comment for you maybe. I mean, when that seems significant to me, like they didn't really highlight that hey, the project's going to cost $3 million. And we're only asking for $1 million from you folks. If I were them, I would have highlighted that.
They could have, but here's most likely why they didn't, is because the maximum you can ask for is $1 million.
Sure.
So oftentimes an applicant, I mean, this is a great project. I've seen it in all three of its capacities because I've seen the water access application, the ALEA application, and now the boating application. But I think what they are thinking about is out of a chunk of money when there is probably only about 7 or 8 million, to ask for $1 million is quite a sizable amount, but they're also committed to getting this project done. So when we talk about cost benefit, that's one factor, but it's not the sole factor. So I think that they probably didn't highlight it as much because they still are asking for the maximum amount that we would allow.
Right, right. Yeah, and there were other presentations where people were asking for the maximum amount, like for the planning type things, and that also weighed I weighed my cost benefit to that as well, saying, while they're asking for the max for a project that in my mind maybe doesn't deserve that much, because it's not that big of a project. Yeah. So in this case, it's different.
So yes, you kind of have to think about it, but you also have to think about this. So if somebody comes in and they bring in a project, regardless of what the project is, we are only going to reimburse based on the actual cost of the project. So just say, for example, you might see a project where it's a $200,000 planning project.
Right.
That's usually estimating that amount would be about 20% of the construction cost. So, you sort of think about, okay, is it going to cost them about $1 million to do this project? And so they're asking for about 20%. And particularly in certain areas, for example, the ones that were over in Benton County, those Sacagawea projects, that is definitely an area that has a lot of cultural resources. And so their cost for doing the cultural resources part would be relatively high.
Okay.
Also, because they're not doing much work on the upland portion, especially for those 3 docks, my thought is I will be surprised if it costs quite that much, because it sounds like they are doing a design and then all three of the docks would be the same.
Yeah, and you brought up the point that they've got 2 projects that are broken apart, and I think I know why that is. You don't have to hypothesize too much. So they're broken apart, and between them, that's $350,000 of engineering for what is essentially a remove and replace project, which they highlighted. And I'm just like, that's a lot of engineering. I mean, I work for an engineering firm. I generate these kinds of fees. That's a pretty nice fee for that project. So if they don't spend it, well, if they don't spend it, it comes back, correct?
Correct. Yes, because we don't give them the money up front. They have to do the work and bill us. So they do the work and they bill us. That's how it works. The other part is when they initially brought these projects in, and I know they forgot about it, but I asked the grant manager when we took a break. And the real reason it was 2 is when they initially brought him in, they were bringing in one as a planning design project, and the other, they were just going to see if they could go ahead and build it, do the development portion. But I think that they learned, so they must have gotten some additional information that said, hey, it's going to take a little bit more work to get this project permitted and to do all of the environmental work that we need to do. And so they converted their development project to a planning only project and then just kept them in that state, just kept them that way. The other part is they may not know it, but because they are a state agency, they are not limited to requesting $200,000. They could have asked for $400,000 for those projects combined, but I'm not sure if the grant manager just didn't realize and notice that, but it's acceptable for them to be separate projects. Sometimes it works out better because they can get one of them done and finished while the other might take a little longer depending on what kind of permits are needed.
Sure, they sort of started on that track and they just sort of stayed on that track.
Right.
Yeah, okay.
And then it's also how folks will evaluate it and rake it. So, you may think that the upland work that they were going to do is more significant, or you may think that the docks were more significant. And that way you have a way of scoring them separately as opposed to where most people put it all together in one package.
I see. Yep, that makes sense.
Thanks for the questions and the conversation. That's good.
Yeah, I'm learning. It's my first time.
I know, but it's good. And you also get to see, some nice projects from across the state.
Yeah, that marina land acquisition. I mean, I'm a sailor. I hope they get that done because I'd like to go there.
Lake Bay.
Yeah, I've never been there. Yeah, I've never been that far south in my boat, but it looks beautiful. It's just it looks like a big project.
I have been talking to ARBA for 2 years. They have been working to try to get that project. And so they had worked to try to get legislative funding for it. And then they figured out they could do some grant applications to help get it. And then they needed to find an eligible sponsor because as a nonprofit organization, they are not eligible to apply for the grant. And so they were able to they've been working with state parks as well as DNR. And so DNR decided, hey, this really is a good opportunity. We can help sponsor. And so they've just been working on it really hard. The interesting part about it, they had been working, they had been planning, and they were all ready to submit their application. They had actually gotten ready to start the application, which applications were due November 1st. So they had started the application only to learn that their option agreement was going to expire and the landowner was going to pull out. But it turned out that the landowner realized how serious they were, and they had some conversations, and the landowner came back in just in time. So they were able to submit their application that first week of November. But yeah, they almost weren't able to move forward. So it's been a long time in the making. It's a lot of money, but a new access site, I think people will really appreciate.
Certainly. Yeah, it looks beautiful. I'm just not familiar with how these things all get financed. I work almost all in the private sector, so I'm not familiar with all these grants. I mean, I do data centers and factories in my work,
right?
So it's totally different. But yeah, I look at that and I'm like, wow, how are these folks? That looks like a $10 million project to me. They got to go raise a bunch of money.
Yeah, and so what they will do is, so first is, of course, getting the property purchased. And if they are successful with this grant proposal, they'll buy the property and they will do the permitting and design work. And then they plan to apply. We offer a federal grant called Boating Infrastructure Grant. And so those grants are going to be offered starting this summer. And so they will most likely submit an application for one of those grants to help make the improvements, as well as you'd probably see them here in the next grant round asking for money to start to do development, but they need to get design work done.
Yeah, and the gentleman, Bob, definitely conveyed a lot of confidence, and he said the magic words like, hey, we've done this before.
Oh, yeah.
So that definitely answered the question.
Yeah, and it was kind of interesting because in my conversations with them, I was thinking, well, you could work with the state agency and get it. And their goal is really to get it not just purchased. They want to purchase it. They want the planning and design work done, and they want the renovation work done so that the state agency that's managing it doesn't have to try to do all of that work on their own. So that is a little different model than what we usually get.
Well, that sounds like a great approach. It's, again, thinking in my private sector world, it's like stage gate funding. It's like, okay, you've proven that you can get to this level. Fine, we'll give you some more money. Oh, you made it to that level. We'll give you some more money.
Yep, that is.
So that seems like a great way to go. So
just so you know, Tessa and I are smiling whenever we hear you talk because you definitely sound like your brother.
Yeah. There's three of us actually, and yeah, we sound alike and we look alike, and then we all look like our dad too.
Oh, did you? Oh, yeah. All right, we'll take a quick break because we're going to start up again here in about 10 minutes.
Okay, thank you.
Hey, Jill. Are you presenting today?
Hi, Marguerite. I am.
Oh, good. Well, team members are just taking a break, and then we'll get started here in just a few minutes.
Sounds great. Thanks.
I'll play some break music for you. I'm sure you missed it.
Oh, that's why I tuned in early.
You're like, let's see what break music they're going to play for me. uh, Jill, and just giving everybody a moment to get back. I told Tessa this is sort of like musical chairs. When the music stops, team members are supposed to make sure they're in their seats and ready to go with the next project. So I am going to give you control of the mouse. I'm going to stop my camera. Hopefully I have the right presentation up.
You do.
All right. So why don't you double click and make sure you have control? And can you go back? Excellent. Team members, I hope you had a good long break. And we are now ready to begin our next project proposal. And this one is still up in the Snohomish County area. So with that, we're going to say, Jill, why don't you introduce yourself and you may begin.
Sounds great. Good afternoon, and thank you for the opportunity to present the North Cove Guest Moorage grant application for the Boating Facilities Program. I'm Jill Meese, Parks Planning and Development Coordinator for Lake Stevens. Lake Stevens is located in Western Washington within Snohomish County. The city of Lake Stevens is east of Everett and south of Marysville. North Cove is found in the northeast section of the 1,100-acre lake. So for project need, Lake Stevens is the largest lake in Snohomish County and draws users from across Washington state, as well as large numbers of visitors from the Portland area, according to arrivalist data provided by Snohomish County. There are 2 boat launches on Lake Stevens and 4 day use guest moorage slips for the entire lake. Here we can see the 2 launches geographically. The one on the left or west side of the lake is Davies Beach, and the one on the right or the east side of the lake is North Cove Boat Launch. The city of Lake Stevens population is approximately 34,000 inside city limits, but it is important to note that part of the shoreline is still in unincorporated Snohomish County, and this lake service area is much larger than the city limits. Being the largest lake in the county that has a population of 830,000, and one of the few lakes that allow large motors, it draws many users. This project is identified as the #1 development project in the Parks Plan. Expanding water access is identified in the adopted Shoreline Master Plan and the adopted Parks Plan. Adding guest moorage at North Cove will satisfy these goals. #2, site suitability. Here we see North Cove revitalization and the public pier in North Cove Park. The city constructed a multi-use community building called The Mill with a large plaza last year as part of an economic development initiative set forth by the Downtown Sub-Area Plan to revitalize downtown, improve and promote use of the park, and attract visitors to the downtown businesses. The site is suitable because the guest moorage will be attached to an existing public pier that already provides access to downtown and North Cove, and the uses are consistent with recreational boating. This is an aerial image of the city's property in downtown. Main Street is shown on the lower left side of the screen, and across Main Street is where restaurants and shopping are located. Alternatives were considered, but in North Cove, this is the only area of the lake where business is adjacent to the shoreline. The other water access sites would not allow boaters to walk to a restaurant, for example. #4, project design. Here's the proposed layout of the guest moorage with regard to the existing pier. The additional 9 moorage spaces fits well with the existing layout. The project design proposes using aluminum construction for longevity and low maintenance. The North Cove Boat Launch, owned by Fish and Wildlife, recently remodeled the boat launch to include an ADA compatible launch, and with the universally accessible design of the guest moorage, this will allow boaters to access amenities downtown well. The adjustable gangway is ADA accessible, and the maximum slope is approximately 15 inches for the length. The decking is composite and will match the existing pier for aesthetics. #6, sustainability. For ecological factors, the low impact design uses the existing pier to connect to and reduces the pilings needed. The aluminum and steel do not leach into the lake, and they require less maintenance than wood materials. For sustainability, social, and economic factors, this project fulfills the need of increased lake access by increasing the opportunity for recreational boaters to access downtown. It also encourages multimodal transportation to support the economic development initiative adopted by the Downtown Sub-Area Plan. This photo is of a local wakeboarder that uses the lake frequently during the summer. Recycled decking and low maintenance pilings and framing maximize the lifespan and reduce future operational costs. This photo is of the site where the slips will be added to the existing pier. Cost benefit. The gain for recreational boaters and the public is high, while the environmental impact is low. The cost of the project is low because of the coordination of this project. The city has maintenance on other projects that require a pile driver to be used, and we are scheduling this project at the same time to cut the cost. The city's fabricator has a long history of aluminum dock fabrication, as it was his career before coming to the city. Permit submittals will be prepared and submitted by staff. We have already contacted DNR and received approval. We have experience permitting in-water permits. Using in-house resources, this project is value engineered and scheduled to maximize efficiency. Number 8, boats on trailers. Because Lake Stevens attracts boaters from across the state and its close proximity to the public launch and associated trailer parking, it primarily serves watercraft that are towed. We can see the public launch circled in red and the North Cove Pier just a few hundred feet away. Here is another aerial to demonstrate the close proximity of the launch and the trailer parking. Number 9, boating experience. As mentioned before, Lake Stevens is the largest lake in Snohomish County and offers a wide range of recreational opportunities. Lake Stevens has worked with state and local jurisdictions to preserve the recreational boating use of the lake and plan for competing uses. The public was heard loud and clear, and recreational boating is the #1 use on the lake. As such, the lake attracts large numbers of boaters. Lake Stevens has a rich history of water skiing and it has a water skiing club that was established in the 1940s. The club maintains a submerged water ski course in the same cove that these slips would be installed in. The annual Aquafest Festival, which is pictured here, hosts competitions for skiing, wakeboarding, and other exhibitions that continue today. The current speed of the lake is 35 miles per hour and is consistent with recreational boating, and this speed is not proposed to change. This is a typical summer day now. Lake Stevens has always attracted recreational boating, but each year it increases because of the lake size and the reputation for good motorboating. This year it was the busiest the Marine Patrol had noted, also noting that the majority of users were non-Lake Stevens residents. At one of the public launches, over 8,900 paid for launching and day use parking. This number does not include the users that have yearly passes or lakefront homeowners or users from the downtown launch, as those aren't digitally tracked. These day use slips would enhance the boating experience by allowing users to tie up and visit downtown, the park, and use facilities if needed. The community has supported the idea, and the Arts and Parks Foundation is fundraising for the project. Number 10, readiness. The city is ready to go as soon as the contract is able. The project is consistent with the adopted plans, state and local regulation, with cultural resources and DNR already approved. Thank you for allowing Lake Stevens to present our guest moorage at North Cove project, and I'm happy to answer any questions for you.
Questions or comments from team members? Jill, it looks like you shared most of your questions or answered their questions. I'm not seeing any questions or comments.
Great. Thank you so much.
So hearing none, I think we're all done. So
All right.
Thank you very much. We hope to share the results with you early next week.
Thank you so much. Have a great day.
Thank you. Okay, our next project is the Port of Illahee. John, are you on? There you are. Hi. How are you?
I'm doing good. How are you today?
I am good. I'm going to reset my clock here, though. We didn't take very much time for that last project. Got it so that I can reset here. So John, I'm going to turn my camera off.
Okay.
And I'm going to give control of the mouse to you. So if you can double check, click and see if you have control, then use your arrow keys maybe to go back. Good.
Looks like I do.
Good job. Thank you. So team members, hopefully you are ready. So I have reset my timer. So John, you may begin.
Okay, very good. Good afternoon, everybody. My name is John Poconi, and I'm the Port of Illinois engineer. And this grant request is for transient moorage and upland access improvements. You can see on this first slide the proposed funding request broken out. And as I'll show you, there is actually some significant need associated with this project due to failing moorage facilities as well as insufficient and unsafe upland access. For those that aren't aware, Illinois is located directly west of Seattle across Puget Sound. And you can see our project site in the aerial on that slide. And before I get into the specific scoring questions, I wanted to give you a brief overview of the Port's master plan so that you could see the bigger picture and how these grant components fit into the larger plan. Item number 1 in the figure here shows the transient moorage. That is 100% BFP eligible and part of this grant request. Item 2 is the upland access improvements to expand parking and provide ADA accessibility. That's also in the grant request, but prorated at 50%. Item 3 is a new non-motorized float that eliminates any mixed use conflicts. It will be separately funded and is not in this grant request. And then item number 4 over to the far left of that figure is simply renovation of the Port's owned store to offer users food and relevant supplies when they're visiting the Port. Question 1, need. This aerial shows the currently used inventory within the white dashed line. You can see that the access road and parking have a fairly limited footprint. The Illinois dock is not part of this project, but the 2 existing moorage floats at the end of the dock are proposed to be completely removed and replaced. The area bound in this yellow dashed line here is a residential property that the Port purchased specifically for this project. There are 2 residential structures that are fairly dilapidated and will be demolished in this project. And the purpose is to increase the overall footprint and make improvements to the accessibility for this project. Looking at need and specifically focusing on the moorage floats, they're really in very, very poor shape. The timber on both floats is completely rotted. The 2 gangways have both functional and structural damage in several locations. And to me, the biggest issue is the piling. There's been a couple pile that have already completely rotted and fallen away. And there are several others within the moorage facility that are so rotten, I feel certain they will come down this year. The reality is this facility is just well beyond its useful life. And the only options at this point are replacement or closure. The photo to the left shows the upland access facilities, and this is really nothing more than a steep dead-end road with limited parking and no ADA access currently. There's only room for 8 stalls, and users are forced to park sideways on a 20% cross slope. This is a very steep grade all the way through the project site. It's not only a safety concern for all users, but obviously it's not even close to being ADA accessible. Both the far left and far right photos show 2 different views of the residential structure that will be demolished to make room for an improved parking facility. And you can see in this far right photo that there's actually a launch ramp in decent condition, associated with that property the port purchased. This project will make that accessible to the public, and so the launch ramp will remain. Looking at need in terms of underserved demographics, we do know that the disabled population for users immediately adjacent to the site is significantly higher than the state's average. We also know the same is true of body mass index. And during the planning process of this project, the port sent out several surveys, and one respondent, I think, put it very clearly: "I am mobilely challenged and can't enjoy the dock, but would so like to." This is something the port's heard many times over the years, and honestly, it's a primary purpose for this project. This project is the port's #1 priority in their comprehensive scheme. And we know through all the outreach that was done last year that there's significant community support behind it. In fact, regarding all the surveys that were sent out that I referenced, we know that there's going to be an 83% increase expected for the use of the dock after this project. We also expect a 78% increase in the use of the upland access. The project does meet the need. In fact, it's specifically designed to do so. The moorage facility would be replaced and significantly improved. Likewise, ADA access will be provided throughout the entire site to all facilities. That includes the expanded parking, a new staging area making the existing launch and dock accessible, as well as a new ADA vault restroom. Question 2, site suitability. Illahee really is a very suitable site for this project. And I have a lot of information on this map, but I'd ask first that you look at the dark blue shaded waterways. This is a very popular waterway known as Port Orchard Bay. It's popular because it's calm and very scenic, but also, as you can see, we've mapped all of the crabbing and fishing hotspots within this area, and you can see how well located Illahee is relative to those hotspots. It's very popular with the fishermen. Also shown on this figure, we've mapped all of the transient moorage facilities within a 15-mile driving radius of Illahee. Those that are shown by a green dot, there are 3 of them, are all well suited for trailer boaters and close to Port Orchard Bay. However, Illahee is the only one that is free of charge. I should also mention that all 3 of those facilities are fairly small, and the demand outpaces the capacity of all 3 combined currently. Finally, Illahee is the closest to the county's most heavily used trailer boat launch. It's only about a 5 to 10 minute run from that launch ramp to Illahee. Other facilities mapped on here, there are 2 in yellow. They're in good proximity to the popular water body, but they're within larger marinas and honestly not well suited for trailer boaters, much better for larger, longer stay vessels. And then the final 3 shown out here in red, those facilities are just simply farther from the desirable water body and down here to the south within the commercial and shipyard area. The primary infrastructure is already in place and the shoreline access is well established, which is another reason this is such a suitable site. You can see in the left-hand figure here the historically used public access since 1916. As well as a schematic of that recently purchased upland property that I mentioned. The expansion in the upland allows a proper parking and accessible site, and that's what we're showing in this figure to the right. And I'll show you some more detail on that as we go along. Likewise, with the moorage facility, the infrastructure is in place. The existing timber pier is in adequate condition. All we need to do is replace the gangway and floats. Question 4, project design. I wanted to briefly mention just how much the port has done proactively already on this project. Design development is now complete. Regulatory compliance requirements are very well known, and we do know that they're feasible. The engineering is feasible, and our cost estimate in the application is well established. Taking a close look at project design and focusing on the upland portion of the work, we're able to provide the parking and ADA accessibility with that additional footprint by terracing the site. And you can see how the site is terraced in the lower left profile. Everything that's shaded in blue in that profile, as well as the upper right figure here, is grades that can be 5% or less, in other words, within ADA tolerance. Only the existing access road remains steep, and in the new configuration, that's only used for vehicles. Contrast that in the lower right to the existing condition, absolutely no ADA access, and actually half of this entire site is inaccessible to the public. Looking at the project design relative to the moorage facility, obviously replacing it will satisfy the safety and maintenance concerns that I mentioned. But the moorage facility is also being put back in a much improved configuration. It's designed for 26 and under motor vessels, and there are 11 new slips. The entire facility will also have a 40-year design life. And I've provided two figures again here on the right, comparing proposed and existing. Essentially, we have a 40-year facility for eligible users. Unfortunately, the alternative is near-term closure of this access. Question 6, sustainability. Again, there's been a lot of discussion with all the agency representatives, and we do know that we can achieve a net habitat gain. There's a significant amount of concrete pipe both on the beach and in the water that will be cleaned up with this project. There's also a man-made reef that's built out of submerged tires, and we know through biological review that there's no ecological benefit that it's providing, so it can be removed as part of the project. Obviously, there's a lot of creosote and shading that will be removed, as well as invasive species and shoreline debris that will be cleaned up and replaced with native plantings, shading the beach and enhancing the spawning habitat here. Question 7, cost benefit is, I think, the easiest to speak to in this project's case. Looking at it from a safety perspective, we're really comparing a cost of increased risk and closure to a safe public access for everyone. Likewise, from an access perspective, again, closure versus a 40-year ADA facility at an established popular destination. Environmentally speaking, you just saw that those impacts would remain as a cost. The benefit, of course, is a net habitat gain. And we know the increase in usage affects the local economy as well, and expect quite a benefit there. Question 8, boats on trailers. This project does fully benefit boats on trailers. The moorage facility in the right-hand figure is 100% eligible and obviously dedicated to eligible users. The upland access facility, certainly the ADA access as well as expanded parking. Of course, the staging area and a vault restroom are going to benefit eligible users, but we do recognize that some ineligible users will also benefit. And for that reason, the upland portion has been 50% prorated in this request. Question 9 asks about boating experience. Again, Illahee is a prime recreational destination, but it's also extremely well situated in the central UGA. You can see the 3 primary population centers, especially Bremerton at 42,000, right next to Illahee. But what we do know, of course, is the quality of the experience is going to be directly related to the quality of the moorage facility. You saw what that looked like already. But through the surveys, again, we know there's a lot of support, and the port expects an increase in usage of 83% of that for that moorage facility once constructed, and 78% increase in the upland. So there's a significant increase expected. That's based on over 100 surveys collected, and I think it speaks very loudly toward the boating experience at Illahee. And question 10, readiness. You can see in this top bar representing our design progress. Everything in green has already been completed from concept through engineering. Essentially, all that remains is to finalize bid documents at this point. Regulatory, we have done a lot of outreach with the regulatory agents and mitigation analysis. That was completed at the very beginning, and we're now also complete with all of the necessary surveys and biological reports. So we'll be submitting our long lead environmental permits certainly this month, probably next week or the following. And based on what the agencies are telling us, we expect those to be returned by early 2022. And we're feeling pretty confident that that will happen. And when it does happen, we can go out to public bid immediately following and complete the project within 2022. provided, as you see in the final funding bar here, that funding is secured for this project. And there's really just so many details that I could share and can't fit within the time limitation. But I wanted to thank you and provide these final photos just to stir your questions and comments on this project. I'd love to answer them next.
Thank you very much, John. Questions and comments from the team members? We'll start with you, Shane.
Hi, Shane Belson, Department of Fish and Wildlife.
Hi,
Can you speak a little bit more to what improvements you'll do to the existing launching ramp? Just curious about that, how that fits in.
Sure. The existing launch ramp is at grade, and the uppermost portion of it, well above mean high water, in fact, is fairly degraded. So we're going to replace that upper portion, but everything below ordinary high water is going to just remain. So what this project does is not so much an improvement to the ramp, but it's an access improvement. There's a turnaround placed at the top of it, and it allows people to access it. And if you were to, let's see, I'm waiting for the screens to stop, and then I could maybe point a little.
Which one?
Just go back forward to one of the ones that shows the whole site. Or that one's fine too.
This one with the ramp. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and I don't think you can see my cursor anymore, but the upper piece of that ramp is very steep, and yeah, exactly right there. You can see that there's some cracking and stuff. So that piece gets replaced. That's from about an elevation of +14, mean low water up. The remaining at grade piece stays as is.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, it looks like it's in pretty decent shape anyway, at least the bottom section.
Yeah, it just can't be accessed is its only problem.
Yep, okay, thanks.
Any other questions or comments? Go ahead, Chris.
Hello. I think you've done a really excellent job. You seem to be very prepared and organized. The one question I have, these surveys that you did, was that within the boundaries of Illahee, where these people are saying they're going to increase their usage of the facility, or does that incorporate expectations, people coming from other areas?
Sure, yeah, good question. So the surveys went out just within the Port District, and all of the 100 and some responses that we got back were from Port District residents. But we are making, I think, a very educated assumption that will transmit to users outside the port. This particular area is pretty popular for folks coming across from the greater Seattle area. It's a quick run right across to Bainbridge Island, and it's sheltered back behind Bainbridge Island. So there are a lot of users coming from outside the Port District and outside the county. We know that with certainty, and I think it's a reasonable assumption that the increase in use translates to those users as well.
And if I may, one follow-up question. I saw the slip size of 26 feet. That's not that big. So I'm a little, again, was that known to the survey? That accommodates more of a trailerable boat, which fits what we're doing here. But I'm curious about how that might impact people coming from across the sound, because I think might be larger boats, but I'm just making an assumption there.
Yeah, John, do you have percentages of which size vessels come in, trailered versus larger vessels?
I would say the vast majority of what I've seen out there have been trailer boats. There are some larger ones that stop, as well as some sailing vessels that stop as well. Typically, the sailboats tend to moor. They don't use the floats currently. They moor just off the end of the dock. I don't have exact percentages on those, over and under 26 foot. I just know that based on the size of the site, once a vessel gets, much beyond 30 feet, it's going to tend to go to other areas nearby that accommodate larger vessels.
Chris, did that answer your question?
Yes, thank you.
Guy.
Yeah, John, I just wondered, I may have missed this. What is the condition of the pier leading out to the to the docks?
Sure. The existing pier is in fairly good condition. There have been some relatively recent structural upgrades. By recent, I mean within the last decade. So the pier is in fairly good condition. There are a couple of piles out towards the end that aren't necessarily associated with the moorage. They are associated with the pier though, and those will get replaced as well. It's a very small part of the project and not associated with the grant request. But overall, it's in fairly decent condition.
Thank you.
Any other questions or comments? Sean, really appreciate the updated graphics. It was much easier to understand and to follow your presentation in terms of addressing the criteria. So I know you folks put a lot into it, so really appreciate that.
Yeah, thank you very much. And thanks for allowing us to present this.
You are more than welcome, and hopefully we will know the results and Kim will be able to share that with you early next week.
Okay, look forward to it. Thank you, everyone.
Team members, you are technically scheduled for a break. We are a little ahead of schedule, so do you want to just keep going? We have 2 more projects for the day. So I see 1 thumbs up. Does anybody need to take a break? Let me ask that question. I see some other thumbs up. Do those thumbs up mean you need a break? You need a break? Okay. Well, let's take 5 and then we'll pop back in. So if everybody can get back here, we're not going to wait until 3:30. How about if we all come back at about 2:45? Hopefully that gives everybody enough time and we'll get the next projects up and ready to go. Welcome back from your break. And I think we are ready. I think everybody just needed a quick break. Hi, Richard.
Hello.
Are you doing all, like
Yes.
controlling the presentation and doing all of the fancy stuff? Well, great. I am going to, don't take the mouse, don't mess with it yet.
Okay.
Okay, I'm going to turn off my camera first. Minimize this. Now, why don't you double click and make sure you can move it forward? And then see, can you use your arrow keys to go back? Good job.
There we go.
Okay. So just remember there is a slight delay.
All right.
And I've got my trusty little timer here.
All right. Hello. Good afternoon. My name is Richard Kessler. I'm a wildlife area manager with the Washington Department of Fish and Wildlife, and I'm the sponsor for the Lake Terrell boarding float replacement water access site repair and improvement proposal. Thank you very much for your time and consideration. Project introduction. This is a repair and update of a current WDFW wildlife area ADA lake boating access site. Winter storms in Whatcom County and on Lake Terrell in particular can be brutally cold and windy. These storms can cause thick ice to build up around and on the main lake boarding float dock. Over the years, this has damaged the floats to the point that repairs are not feasible. The gangway and pilings are in excellent shape and will be reused. The new floats will be constructed using a grating, which will allow water to flow through the structure and not let ice pile up on it. The approach to the boat launch is gravel and needs continual maintenance. That approach will be replaced and improved with a paved asphalt surface. Regional location. The Lake Terrell unit of the Whatcom Wildlife Area is located in Whatcom County, about 5 minutes west of the city of Ferndale. This location is about a 20 to 30-minute drive from several large population hubs like Bellingham, Linden, Blaine, Mount Vernon, as well as the Canadian border. Service area. The main service area is in West Whatcom County. The parcel map. The whole project area is owned outright by Department of Fish and Wildlife. We've owned the property since the 1940s. Need. The existing floats are mainly constructed of wood and are approximately 20 years old. Lake Terrell sits directly in the path of windstorms coming down the Fraser River Valley in Canada. These winter storms are brutally cold, with Lake Terrell completely freezing over each year. Due to strong winds, ice piles up on the floats, weighing them down and damaging the wood deck, the framework, and the metal rungs that connect the floats to the pilings. Over the years, repairs have been made to the floats, but it has now gotten to the point where repairs are not feasible. The wood floats need to be replaced with a newer style fiberglass grating surface that will allow water to flow through it and should prevent the kind of damage we have been experiencing. The grating also has a much longer lifespan than wood. This shows the state of the wood framework of the floats and how rotten they have become. The metal piling ring has no good solid material to bolt to. Repairs are made each year, but as this picture shows, they are becoming too extensive to adequately provide a safe float to be used for motorboat launching. This picture shows the existing gravel approach to the boarding float. This gravel is in constant need of maintenance due to heavy use by boat trailers using the launch. This is the gravel approach adjacent to the boarding float. And as you can see here, the asphalt there, as the boats come over it to launch and then back to park, they chip away at the asphalt and it pieces keep falling off. The site suitability. This site has an existing vault toilet, accessible parking, plank boat launch, piling, and gangway for the boarding floats. Project design. The scope of this project includes the grading and paving of the launch approach and the replacement of the old wood boarding floats with new floats constructed of a grading surface. This will allow sunlight to get to the water and will hold up a lot better in the icy winter conditions. Sustainability. By paving the gravel approaches to the motorboat launch and replacing the existing floats with new, longer lasting ones, the ability to continue motorboating recreation on Lake Terrell will be sustained for decades to come. The maintenance of the approach and the floats will be much less than is currently done, and a higher quality boating experience will be had by all. Cost benefit. The cost of annual repairs will continue to increase with diminishing results. It is getting to the point where it will not be cost effective or safe to repair them. The benefit of a new design made with materials that will last much longer is well worth the cost. Boats on trailers. The existing parking area has room for many boat trailers. Boating experience. There is a high degree of recreational opportunity for boaters at Lake Terrell year-round. During spring and summer, there is a lot of uses from fishing to kayak and canoe paddling, paddle boards, and even sailboats. In the fall and winter, the lake boating uses are mainly around waterfowl hunting. Lake Terrell has approximately 20 waterfowl hunting blinds, which are accessed via boats. This year, due to the coronavirus, lake recreational use has increased considerably. Lake Terrell is very well known for the great bass fishing. Several local bass fishing clubs hold 4 to 5 fishing tournaments each year that are very well attended. This is a map of the few channel catfish fisheries in lakes in Washington. Whatcom County houses 2 lakes that have been stocked with channel catfish, but Lake Terrell is well known as the best local lake for catfishing, including holding the state record caught in 2019. Lake Terrell is well known for its huge channel catfish. Last year, a 16-year-old and his grandfather were fishing for catfish, and the boy caught what turned out to be the state record channel cat at 37.5 pounds. In the fall and winter, the lake boating uses are mainly around waterfowl hunting. Lake Terrell has approximately 20 waterfowl hunting blinds on islands in the lake, which are accessed via boats. Readiness. The project is ready to proceed immediately with estimated final completion date in 2023. This ends my presentation. Are there any questions?
Questions or comments from team members? Richard, I have a question for you, and I think it was when you were back on slide 11, and you were talking about boats on trailers. That might have been, I'm going to flip back to it. I think you're on this one. In your script, you said you have room for a lot of vehicles, but we don't know what a lot means. So does a lot mean 10? Does a lot mean 50?
Probably 25.
And how often are you filled to capacity?
This last summer, spring and summer, we were pretty full. In the photo to the right-hand side there's a grassy area there. That's kind of our overflow parking area too. So in addition to the 25 in the parking area, we do allow people to park in the grass there, which adds about another 10 boat trailers, or cars and trailers.
Vehicle trailer. Okay.
Yeah, and we were very busy this last year due to the virus. Everybody wanting to get out. So.
Thank you. I appreciate that. Lowell, did you have a question or comment?
Yeah, hi. This is Lowell Dixon, Washington Department of Natural Resources. My question is, I just lost it. So give me a second.
Sure. Any other
Yeah.
comments from other team members? And by the way, Lowell, if you need me to go to a different slide, sometimes that helps to trigger.
Okay, I got it. No, my question is about the grading and how that would enhance these, basically resilience against these brutal storms that come in. Is this something that's used in Eastern Washington, Northeastern Washington? Is this design mimicking some of those? Just curious how it's expected to fix the problem.
Let me see here.
Richard, do you want me to help with that?
Oh, yeah, go ahead. Sure, John.
We've just changed our float design from these wood to Port Orford cedar non-treated, and they hold up pretty well. But now our new framing is steel, so we will have the steel frame, and what the grading does is we don't have to have, it gives us a bigger span, so we don't have to have as many beams.
John, you just cut out a little bit on that last part.
We also on the we have the fishing pier, which is
underneath. So that opens up a little bit more. So snow and ice can the new design that we have is
Hey, John.
Yeah.
You froze up and cut out on us for a minute. So will you do me a favor and turn off your camera and say that last part again? That might help for transmittal.
Sure.
Okay, now you were just, as you were explaining, you had explained about the new steel sides and you were talking about the grate. So can you say that again?
Yeah, the steel, the grading allows us for a longer span, so we don't have as many cross beams underneath, but we still have the strength, even added strength compared to the wood ones. Should hold up better in ice. We have several in Eastern Washington now, and we'll continue to use this float. We're really happy with it.
Great. Lowell, did that answer your question? Or Richard, did you have something else to add?
Yeah, we have a fishing pier. It's shown in one of the other slides there that is made out of the grading material, and we do not have right there. It's up at the top of that one. We don't have the ice buildup on it at all. So I mean, in the same conditions, we're confident that it's going to do way better than the wood is.
So the ice builds up on the surface. Is that correct?
Yes, it builds up on the wood, and as the wind comes down from the north, it just keeps piling up and just bends the dock down and breaks it off, basically.
Thank you.
Any other questions or comments? Well, thank you very much, Richard.
Thank you.
I am going to
Cheers, man.
Hey, Josh. Are you at your station?
Yes.
Okay, now I can hear you.
Well, you were on mute there for a while.
Yeah, Tessa said, Marguerite, you need to unmute yourself, so.
Then I started responding and I was on mute as well.
The mute people talking to each other. All right. Okay, so I am going to, I think that we are ready to go with this one. So I'm going to see about getting mouse control to you here. Going to turn off my video. And now, Josh, I'm going to take my hands off the mouse, and why don't you see if you can change it there? Okay, and can you go back? Perfect.
Okay, maybe you can.
Marguerite, you're still in Lake Terrell. You do need to change the slideshow.
So
I'm in $1 Million.
yeah, John,
Oh,
I think
I'm
yours
frozen
is,
then.
yeah, I think yours is. So do you want to hop out and back in, or? Don't end it here. Keep going. Yeah, that's the forward, and then you go one more and it'll go, and it's the backward.
Right. How do I turn my notes on?
On your screen?
Yeah.
You don't.
I don't. All right.
Do you want to see your notes?
No, I've got them. That was a comment that was given to me, is to, put my notes on there so I'm not looking down at my desk the whole time.
Oh, I follow you. It's okay.
So now I'll be looking at just another screen.
That's okay. We're going to let John back in here. Tessa, can you let him in? Okay. We're giving John a chance to log back in. Okay, so Josh, did you want to turn your camera on?
Sure, where do I do that at?
Okay, so I'm going to try and see if I can send you a little message, if it'll. So do you see something that popped up?
Okay, yep. There we go.
Oh, hi. There
Hello.
you are.
Hello.
Now we see you. Okay, so did you minimize your script?
Minimize it. What am I minimizing?
Well, you said you didn't want your script up on the screen. So if you want it up on the screen, great. If not, I just want to make sure you can see and control our screen.
Okay, I don't have control anymore.
I took it away. Now I'm giving it back to you. So double click. Now can go backwards.
All right. I think we're good to go.
You are all set then. All
All
right.
right.
John, you're all tuned in and redialed in?
Yeah, I'm good too. Yep.
Okay, great. Then Josh, you may begin.
All right. Hello, my name is Josh Harmon. I'm a water access manager for Washington State Department of Fish and Wildlife and the sponsor for the $1 Million Mile North Access Area redevelopment. Project introduction. $1 Million North Access has been serving the community for many decades and offers no ADA accommodations, and we would like to change that. $1 Million Access is located in Grant County, approximately 9 miles north of the town of Coulee City on Banks Lake. People come from all over the state and surrounding states to enjoy Banks Lake. Located in WDFW's Region 2, just 9 miles north of busy Highway 2. The need. The old vault restroom is functional, but not up to ADA standards. The restroom is located 300 feet from the launch, and we need to provide a restroom that is closer to the launch area, parking area, and provide one that is up to ADA standards. The launch is primitive with underwater hazards that can be difficult to see at times. Rocks and unstable launching platform makes it difficult for the user to launch and can cause damage to vehicles, trailers, and boats. We need to install a concrete launch to make it safe and more user-friendly. The parking lot is gravel with no parking stalls. The lot is full of holes and ruts and only sees grading once a year at the most. This can make it very difficult to get around on the site. Site suitability, $1 Million North access is owned by the Bureau of Reclamation and is managed by WDFW under a long-term agreement. The site has been serving the public as a water access for many decades. The site is large and can accommodate a lot of day users as well as people that would like to camp overnight. The site consists of 3+ acres of gravel for day users and camping, 1 vault restroom, and 2 primitive boat launches. Here is the proposed layout: paved parking with stalls and paved entrance road, ADA loading platform, mitigation landscaping, concrete launch, informational kiosk, grade and gravel overflow parking and camping area, barrier rock, and a new gate. All of this will bring the site up to ADA standards and make it much more user-friendly. We would like to leave the existing restroom as it is functional, but we would like to install a restroom closer to the launch area and one that meets ADA standards. We would like to install a concrete launch, which will make it safer, more user-friendly, and it will cut down on damage to vehicles, boats, and trailers. We would like to install an ADA loading platform so the site can be used by all user groups. We would like to pave the parking area and launch area. This will cut down on the free-for-all parking, which can get messy, and will provide much needed connectivity to the facilities for people who use mobility devices. And it will just make it easier for those who do not get around well. This project will cut down on operation and maintenance costs. Less herbicide will be applied. Grading will be heavily reduced, and materials to be used are long-lasting, reducing the need for maintenance. Overall, this project will reduce impacts to the environment by cutting down on air pollution, enhance water quality, protect the surrounding shrub steppe, and the amount of pesticides used. All building materials are designed for longevity. This reduces maintenance costs in both materials and staff time for the next 30 to 40 years. This project will primarily serve boats on trailers of all sizes. 18 truck and trailer stalls, a concrete launch, ADA loading platform, and a new restroom will be installed for boaters. Banks Lake is a 27-mile long lake that is very popular with all boat users. Many boaters come out to enjoy the clean, cool water and hang out on its many sandy beaches. People come from all over the state and farther to participate in the excellent fishery. Banks is known for its great bass and walleye fishing, with many tournaments held annually. Trout, carp, crappie, perch, whitefish are also very popular. Banks also offers bird watching opportunities and is a destination for waterfowl hunters. You will also find all the other water recreational sports taking place on the lake: wakeboarding, water skiing, tubing, jet skiing, pleasure boating, and beach camping, to name a few. A traffic counter was placed from June to October, a 5-month period showing that an average of about 1,000 vehicles per month visited the site. August 2021, receive funding. February 2022, submit permits. February 2023, finalize construction documents. May 2023, award bids and hire contractors. July 2023, begin construction. October 24, project 90+% complete. Dates are approximate. If 2023 in-water window is missed due to permit delays, project may be delayed until 2024. Any questions?
As Josh said, are there any questions for him about this project? So Josh, I do have a question. I'm not sure if it's for you or for John, but when you talked about your timeline and the timeline for getting it done, did you folks consider bringing this in as a planning project with coming back later on the development side, or?
I want to let John answer that.
We did, the more of these projects we go through and the more we fight with permits, we consider that option more and more. But this one, we feel it's in a county that's amenable to quick turnaround with our permits. So I believe we're on the right track with this project.
Okay, thank you. Other questions or comments about this proposal? Go ahead, Lowell.
Yeah, can you move back to the slide that has the proposed facility? I have a question about, yeah. So that area there on the bottom that says gravel, what is the tan area sticking out into the water? What exactly is that?
That is a peninsula that people camp on, fish on.
Okay, so it'll just continue that same use?
Correct.
And there's no like additional developed facilities out there?
No, not on that piece.
Okay, so they don't use that for a additional boat launching or anything?
No, that is currently not set up with a boat launch.
Okay, thanks. Answer my question.
Other questions or comments? Doug?
Yes, I was just curious if you had thought about adding a dock maybe in the future, or it seems you've got everything there, soup to nuts, except a dock to help load and unload.
Right, it's a pretty tight launch area, so that's why we chose to go with a loading platform instead of a float there.
Okay, great. Looks like a great project. Thank you.
Any other questions or comments? Hearing none. Thank you very much, Josh.
Thank you.
We hope to know the results of our evaluation meeting early next week. And so we will do our best to get word to you to let you know where you ranked.
All right, thank you.
Thank you very much. Team members, we have completed our work for today. And I'm going to ask a couple of things of you. One is hopefully you were able to keep up and keep things scored or flag ones that you needed to go back to. And you've kind of taken care of your scoring as you go. And are there any questions for me before we sign off? And there was one comment that was put in the chat that said, there's a little bit of concern, there's some concerns about the Lake Bay application. And particularly the concern is tied to the fuel dock, the fuel transfer lines and storage tank, which could be problematic. And I will answer the question this way. The project proposal that they were bringing in today is, of course, for the acquisition and planning. As part of the acquisition, one of the tasks that they will have to do before we will release final payment on property is they will have to do a hazardous substances assessment, and they'll have to take at least a look to sort of see what the conditions are. So they'll at least have some idea. We do not use boating facilities program funds for fuel docks or fuel infrastructure. However, the federal boating infrastructure grant would allow them, if there's something that needs to be upgraded or taken care of, that particular grant program would allow those kind of activities. So just wanted to at least respond to that comment that yes, that could be a concern, but as part of the acquisition, they have to do a little bit of feasibility around that issue. And then if there's something that they need to upgrade or something they need to do, there is another grant source that could potentially help them with that. So wanted to share that. And is there, let me see if there's any other questions or comments. Anything from any of you that you need to ask about? Okay, then it sounds like we have completed our work for today. Our first project is scheduled for 9 o'clock tomorrow morning. And so you folks can join us then again. For those of you that have been watching, you have been watching the Boating Facilities Program evaluation meetings. We are concluding our work for today. We will start up again tomorrow morning at 9 o'clock, and hopefully you'll be able to join us then. This is Marguerite Austin with the Washington State Recreation and Conservation Office. Thank you for joining us today.